They brought
we're
me
live.
this for me, but
Ci siamo,
3 minuti. Certo, questa cosa sembra un gioco a premi. A quiz game.
Sì, con questa musichetta.
Yeah,
sotto,
we have $1 million to gain
with
today.
this background music. It sounds like.
Yeah.
All right.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the ICFF Industry Days. The conference will begin shortly. So today we will open with some inaugural remarks, as you can tell, from ICFF, CERT, and each of the Italian Trade Commission, followed by greetings from the Italian and Canadian Institution, Telefilm Canada, and of course, Pinewood Toronto Studios. Following that, we will have our first panel discussion on international distribution with some awesome guests. And following that, at 10:45, we'll have our second panel discussion on co-production with some special focuses on From Scratch, the series by Netflix, that Dirty Black Bag by AMC, and also Lamborghini, The Man Behind the Legend, which will be screened tonight. Following that, at the very end of the conference, we will have our pitching session, so please stay tuned for that. At this time, if you're here at Pinewood, I see that you're already all seated, but if you're still standing, please take a seat as we're about to begin. And please remember that if you want to organize B2Bs, we have the availability to organize those as well. Just email us at b2b@icff.ca with the people you'd like to meet. Thank you so much and enjoy your conference.
Buongiorno a tutti. Welcome everyone to the 2022 ICFF Industry Days. I'm Paul Golini and I'm proud to be the ICFF Board Chair. And today we're joined by ICFF Artistic Director and Co-Founder Cristiano Di Florentis and of course CERT Director David Dexter. Good morning, guys.
Thank you. Good morning.
It's my extreme pleasure to welcome all of you once again for the 10th edition of this conference. And for 10 years we've been reuniting the Italian and North American film industries. Firstly, I want to say that we're happy to have you all here from Italy, from North America, Canada and the US, of course, but from all over the world because we're connecting via Zoom and YouTube this year. Hundreds of people are with us right now online on different platforms. And I want to say thank you to all of you for taking time out of your busy days. I also want to share a special thank you with our audience today here at Pinewood Toronto Studios for coming down and enjoying the panels. Thank you for joining us today. We cannot forget to acknowledge our sponsors and partners, of course, that allow us to be here year after year with more panel discussions and industry speakers joining us from Europe and North America. It is through these important partnerships and long-standing relationships that collaborations between our countries and film industries can flourish and thrive, and you'll see just that in this two-day conference. Now I leave it to Cristiano to talk about our guests.
Grazie, Paul. Thank you so much. After 2 years of course, a very different kind of conference of industry days with online, Zoom, and so on, finally we are doing a conference also in person, and we know how much important is to networking in person. So I'm very happy that we have an audience here. It's quite a big audience. We have to add some chairs. But of course, we are also a huge audience online, on YouTube and on Zoom. People that will follow us. We have also people from Zimbabwe this time that are following this conference. So we are going outside a little bit 2 continents. So CERT for us became our house for our home for this industry day, and they make such an effort to transform this studio in something that is a TV set, and that really thanks CERT, the staff, the Sheridan College, but one person in particular, David Dexter, that was with us as a friend, as a warrior in this battle against all the problems of this period. Thank you so much, David and CERT, for having us today.
I know, thank you, and it's my team that does all the great work, and I'll accept your thank you on behalf of them. And I'd like to welcome back, a very heartfelt welcome to our ICFF family, and back to CERT Stage 10. As you said, it's a film studio, but we're actually an innovation center. We're a part of Sheridan College. We're located here at Pinewood Toronto Studios, the epicenter for the film and television industry in Canada. And as Cristiano says, I'm Dave Dexter. I'm the director of CERT. And over the last bit, we worked hard to bring together our audience, your audience, which is the industry, both here in our stage and also over Zoom, YouTube. And as we always say, engage. Our goal here is to have everybody participate, ask questions. The lineup is brilliant, from learning about new storytelling, about leveraging technology and storytelling, to connecting, to walking away maybe with a distribution deal, as they say. So ask questions, engage, and we want you to leave with more knowledge, more connections than you came into stage 10. So welcome. I'm looking forward to the next couple of days.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, David. That's amazing. And like we said, we'd like, we will get to see CERT in action tomorrow, actually, with a conversation about the future of entertainment with a showcase of artificial intelligence and digital humans, as well as a discussion and demonstration of virtual productions, all happening tomorrow. So please tune in, or please come back tomorrow for our amazing audience. So that's going to be an exciting day tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd like to continue to introduce the partners of ICFF. An important partner for all these years was the Italian Trade Commission of Toronto in particular. We work together really to support the collaboration between Italy and Canada, and they are the pillar, of course, of this. and they are doing this greatly during also Toronto Film Festival and so on. And we are so happy to really strengthen the collaboration this year. Thanks to Marco Saladini, the Italian Trade Commissioner in Toronto. Thank you so much for being here. And of course, I would like to acknowledge also Benedetta Marasi that worked with us so many hours in the past few weeks. So Marco, I will up to you to introduce the day, actually the days, the industry days.
Thanks, Cristiano. I'm really happy to have the honor to follow in your tracks and this presentation that you're giving, this tour d'horizon that we're doing. And I'm also close to our consul that will be introduced later on. But I mean, for us, the participation in Industry Days is a logical consequence of the investment that we make in supporting the Italian audiovisual industry overseas. And here in Canada, I mean, you mentioned some other appointments, but this is very crucial, very important to us because it's also all dedicated to Italian audiovisual. And I mean, we will continue investing on this based on the idea that we can add value to the commercial component of your whole organization, I mean, of the ICFF as a whole. So we are bringing today a delegation of 9 companies that will be presented in the next few hours and tomorrow as well. And also we made a substantial effort to add to the Canadian component. So our goal is being met, but it will be even more fully met once we acknowledge the results of the interaction that you guys were soliciting before, and that we do hope that will happen, and that we're working for to happen. So thanks, and I'm looking forward to a very instructive and productive 2 days event. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Grazie, Marco. Thank you very much for the continued support. As well today, we're very proud to have the support and partnership of the Italian Embassy in Canada. And unfortunately, His Excellency Andrea Ferrari, the ambassador, is unable to be with us today, but we want to thank the Embassy of Italy for their continued support, especially on this first day of the conference and the opening of these discussions and networking sessions. So thank you, Ambassador Ferrari, and thank you to the Embassy.
Yes, but I'd like to acknowledge the entire institution, Italian institution that support us since day one. And I'm very glad and happy that we have incredible Consul General here in Toronto, Luca Zelioli, that we met at the last day of the festival because he just arrived to Toronto. And today we have seen his participation here, so important for our festival. So thank you so much, Consul General Luca Zelioli. If you'd like to address the audience, and it's going to be very nice for us.
Thank you, Cristiano. It's a privilege to be here today to welcome all the participants to this 10th edition of the Industry Days, a very important initiative, and I am deeply in gratitude to ICFF for this successful initiative. It's very important to continue this kind of action. I see a lot of room for further improvement in the bilateral cooperation in the audiovisual sector. It's going well, but today and tomorrow I think new sectors will be explored. It was mentioned animation and virtual production are sector to further explore, and they are very promising. We are already working in the field of co-production, and luckily it is on the increase, another very successful activity. And I am also very proud that this year the collaboration with the Consulate General is also very concrete, because this evening the projection of the movie about Lamborghini will also sponsored, supported by my consul. I'm very proud of this. And to conclude, rest assured that we will continue, both the embassy and the consulate here in Toronto, to support this kind of activities. Thanks also to the very good and close cooperation and coordination with Agenzia ICE and the Cultural Institute here in Toronto. So welcome again to this very important initiative, and I wish you very successful today's discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Consul General. For sure, it's going to be an incredible night tonight with the premiere of Lamborghini. Thank you for your support in this. And later on, we unveil, of course, more about this movie that was just produced. Industry Days started not at 9 o'clock this year, but started in Venice in September. Because we organized an important delegation of filmmakers from Toronto and entire Canada to go to attend what we consider the most important for Italy, for sure, but I imagine that even for the world festival, at least the first film festival that started many years ago before everyone else. So we started there with a conference that, again, tried to create a bridge between Italy and Canada. The first time for us organize a conference like this, launching in some way the days that we are going to live right now. And we asked to partner with us an incredible organization that support Canadian films. Of course, it's the main agency that support and promote the Canadian industry. And they accepted to be part of this important conference in Venice. And so the success of that mission brought also to the success of today and tomorrow. And I really like to thank a particular person that is behind all this, is the interim executive director at Telefilm Canada, Francesca Cinelli, that is with us today. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you so much, Francesca.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It's so wonderful. I've spent some time on Zoom with maybe many of you. First, congratulations. Cristiano, I've said it to you and to Paul and to your entire team. The way that ICFF has pivoted, has been agile, has connected with audiences, not just here in Canada, not just in Italy, but around the world, I think is a testament to the entrepreneurship that you have created the fabric of ICFF. For those who haven't heard me talk about Telefilm Canada, we're a Crown agency. We're funded through the Department of Heritage, and we're focused on the development, production, and financing and promotion of Canadian content around the world and here in Canada. We're also responsible for the recommendations for international treaty co-productions. And for that, we've been able to collaborate many times with Italy since 1997. So I really wanted to take this moment to congratulate you for launching at the Venice Film Festival. I unfortunately was not able to attend, but my team was there and just talked about how incredible it was to feel that energy. And I see a number of my fellow Canadian collaborators and producers in the audience. So I know that you that are Italian and want to work with us here in Canada, you have an incredible base of talent here amongst you. I'm going to leave it there because I'm eager to see what you've got planned for the rest of the day. But, you know, congratulations. I'm always very pleased to be a partner here. Have a great conference, everyone.
Thank you, Francesca, and thank you for the continued support. Telefilm Canada will be available for B2B meetings, so make sure you go on our ICFF Industry Days page to schedule your meeting. If you have a project that you're looking to co-produce or you need further information, the information is found on the website. So thank you again, Telefilm. As I'm sure you all know, Toronto in many ways is a fundamental center for North American film industry, with countless productions taking place every year and every month. And when I say here, I mean like right here at Pinewood Studios. And they filmed projects like Star Trek, Shazam, Pacific Rim, Jupiter's Legacy, Suicide Squad, and many, many, many others. We're honored to be here and to be joined by Ashley Pierrepoint, the Vice President of Commercial at Pinewood Studios. Thank you, Ashley, and thank you for hosting us here at Pinewood. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. So I'm the VP Commercial here at Pinewood, Toronto. We are delighted to welcome you all to our site. We're part of the Pinewood Group. If you don't know the history of Toronto, the studio opened in 2008 as Filmport and became part of the Pinewood Group family in 2009. So we have our studios here in Toronto, as well as our home base in Buckinghamshire, England, at the Pinewood Studios there, as well as Shepperton and the Dominican Republic. We're proud to help host with CERT as one of our long-term tenants. They're here in stage 10, which is one of our smaller stages at 10,000 square feet. And we have the second largest stage in North America at 45,000 square feet, which is our mega stage. We're part of Toronto, and we are so proud to be growing. When I take you for a tour later, some of you, you'll see we're expanding. We had 2 new stages open this summer, with 3 more hoping to open at the beginning of the new year, which is going to add another 200,000 square feet of production space to Toronto, 100,000 of which is stages. So we're proud to be, the main base for many things here in Toronto. We're the only purpose-built facility here in Toronto, and we hope you can just have a good conference and find all the great collaborations and make great connections.
Thank you, grazie veramente. Thank you so much, Pinewood Studios. So I think that it's time to have a beginning of the conference. We decided to give relevance to the industry days to distributions. We noticed that the last 2 years everything changed in the way that the movies and the TV series are distributed in the world, and so we decided to focus on these during this panel. I would like to have now, first of all, the slide of the panel discussion that we are going to start with, so you will see we're going to participate, and after I would like to have, And so after that, I would like to have the possibility to introduce you the moderator of this incredible panel. So for us, is important to have, first of all, the possibility to have an introduction of the industry. I know that Anica and Italian Trade Commission, especially this year, is very active in support the distribution of Italian movies around the world. And they put together a big program and grants. And I'd like to have, of course, Marco, if you want to come here on stage, and so tell us a little bit what the Italian government put in plan to really expand the distribution of Italian movies.
All right, so I'm back.
Back on the first stage.
No, absolutely, and I'm happy to be. But I'm a little bit sad that Roberto Stabile couldn't join us today. He's guru of the incentives, of the policies that the Italian government puts in place. So it would have been nice to have him, but he's flying, and unfortunately can't be with us. So I have to convey this little overview of what this group does. I mean, they do help co-productions and they use tax credits and regional funds and a fund for minority co-production. They also present Italy as an ideal set as a location for foreign productions, and to do this they give tax breaks to foreign producers, film commission, and regional funds also helping with this effort. And also, coming to the point, they commercialize the final product, which is also what we're seeing here today. Now, I could go a little bit more in depth into each of the incentive policies that they do, but I don't think that this is the time now, although, I mean, if you have time, I can give you a broad overview. But I counted at least 7 instruments that they have, and they range from selective contributions for writing, development, and production, to tax credits, as we mentioned, for production in the order of 30 to 40% of the value. Also grants that are assigned based on a point scheme. They really prioritize international co-productions, and in all of these schemes, across all of them, they give bonuses, extra points, advantages of various kinds. They support Italian minority co-productions and with grants. Also, they allow foreign works that are not co-produced with Italy, but shot in Italy, to access a 40% tax credit rate. And finally, and most importantly for us today, they encourage the circulation of Italian works abroad by supporting local distribution on foreign markets. So we'll go a little more in detail about that, but please allow me to say that with the Italian Trade Agency, of course, we collaborate with them, with Cinecittà, with the Ministry of Culture, especially their program for cinema and audiovisual since many years. And I mean, we're very proud of this alignment that has been created in Italy, and that also covers foreign overseas events like this one. So going into the Film Distribution Fund, this is not a big fund, I would say. It's 1.2 million euros a year, but I mean, it covers publicity and advertisement costs that are incurred and cannot exceed the minimum guarantee paid, but also cannot exceed the maximum cap of 30,000 euros per film and per country. So it's you know, a chip at the poker table that you play with distribution, but still, I mean, we hope we can make a difference. We hope we can incentivize looking more closely to Italian productions that are plentiful and very interesting. There is a committee, of course, and there are 3 calls a year. So there are deadlines, and we can give you access to details anytime, because, as I said, we're partners to this program. What is eligible? So first of all, the incentive is limited to feature films that could be fiction, documentary, or animation, and that are primarily destined to theatrical release. So not TV, but cinemas. So, then 100% of Italian films, so 100%, sorry, Italian films paid and produced by Italians, or Italian majority co-productions. With a provisional or definitive nationality already decided and provided with the authorization for public screening and rating classification. Film distribution agreements also can be subsidized with domestic distributors, but they must include theatrical rights. So that's the main purpose, but it has to be related also to showing the movie in cinemas. And the films must be recent, so produced within 24 months prior to the submission date of the application, and they should be released within 180 days from the date of the application. So these are the terms and conditions, and we really warmly encourage you to look further into this instrument and to also find a way, also through us, to apply for this incentive. Some exclusions apply, but for the sake, in the interest of saving time, I will not go over those in detail. If there are any questions, I'm here, of course.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Marco, ce l'ho, questo lo puoi tenere. You can keep it. So, there are some incentives for the distributors that want to, of course, buy the rights of Italian movies. And the theatrical release is a condition. So we'll see now also this component, how important it is for the next panel, because we are going to have the Canadian distributors and also Italian distributors here, but I will not be the moderator. We have more important person to do it for us, and it's time to introduce you. She's the chief executive. You can leave. She's the. Thank you, Marco. Thank you so much. She's the executive officer of the Academy of Canadian Cinema and Television, with almost 3 decades of experience in the Canadian film industry. She's dedicated to fostering and developing creative works and opportunities for talent, both in front and behind the camera. Before her role with the Academy, she has also held a successful 27 years tenure as executive director of the Cinefest Sudbury International Film Festival. Please welcome Tammy Frick. Thank you so much, Tammy, to be here. So I didn't know that you were also a film festival director.
Absolutely. Film festival, film commission, We've done a little bit of it all up in Northern Ontario.
Thank you so much to be here and
Thank
to
you.
analyze this very important sector for Italian-Canadian industry and in very particular time. So I leave it up to you, and it's all yours, the stage. Thanks, Elegan.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We have such an amazing panel for you here today with such in-depth insight that I don't want to take a whole lot of time introducing all of these wonderful people, because to be honest, when they sent me the bios, it would take up the whole hour. There's such a breadth of knowledge. So I'd like to begin by introducing who your panelists are here today, and then we're going to hop right into some questions and really gain a lot of insight as to new paths in distribution, new ideas. Of course, I think before we do that, we're going to have to take a little bit of a peek to the past and see what was happening and what changes happened from the pandemic and perhaps other factors that are influencing this industry also. So joining me today, we have Fabrizio Farenghi. He's the Director of Foreign Market Offer at RAI. We have Monica Ciarli. She's the Head of International Office at Minerva Pictures. We have Jim Sherry, founder and CEO of Sherry Media Group, Inc. Do you want to come up and join us? He's also consultant with Netflix. We have Sarah Timlick here. Sarah is the Director of Sales, Distribution, and Development at Elevation Pictures. We have Mr. Michael Mosca. And Michael's the CEO at Equinox Films. And rounding off the panel, Mr. Tom Alexander. He's the Director of Theatrical Releasing at Mongrel Media. So giving some thought to this panel and how we'd work through all of these ideas and making sure that everyone has a lot of time to chat. Too many papers to prepare. I'd like to just really encourage everyone to jump in when you have something to say. I apologize ahead of time if I do cut you off, though I want to make sure we have time for everyone to offer their perspectives. But I thought we'd break it down to start into 3 different idea processes just to keep us on track a little bit. So first, I thought we'd get into, how did the pandemic influence distribution strategies internationally? And were these strategic shifts coming anyway because of other factors? So that's the first thought we'll get to. Second, what's changed over the past 3 years when it comes to consumption of foreign and independent films? What incentives are available to distribution and to distribute particularly Italian films in Canada and vice versa? And the third thought we'll get to, hopefully if we have time, is the big one, theatrical versus VOD. Is there a clear winner, and what does that look like moving forward? We're going to start with Fabrizio. I believe he might not be able to stay for the whole panel, so let's throw the first question over. How did the pandemic influence the Italian world of distribution? Oh.
Thank you. Good morning to all.
Okay, we'll check back with Fabrizio in just a moment.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to meet you. Only I prefer to speak Italian because I can speak more properly about this subject.
Sì. Buongiorno. Io sono l'interprete. Buongiorno Fabrizio, sono Eleonora e non so se mi vede.
Sì.
E quindi io farò, se per lei va bene, una consecutiva, se lei magari si ferma ogni tanto dopo una serie, 2 o 3 concetti, così io poi traduco verso l'inglese.
Sì. La nostra offerta di RAI per l'estero, per l'80% della nostra programmazione è il meglio dei nostri 3 canali generalisti pubblici. Il restante, quasi il 20%, è una nostra produzione originale con prodotti mirati per il pubblico italiano che vive all'estero.
didn't catch any of that, but my God, does it sound
Yes.
beautiful.
I'm here, yes. So as RAI, so our offer is 80% is the best of the 3 general channels that we have in Italy. And the rest, the 20% that is left, is our own original production that is meant especially for the Italian audience abroad.
Nella nostra offerta noi poniamo film e soprattutto fiction, che è un nostro punto di forza produttivo, che riescono poi anche ad essere trasmesse ed acquistate in tutto il mondo.
Può pure proseguire se vuole, facciamo 3-4 frasi.
Per cui, diciamo, in una certa misura abbiamo seguito quella che è stata la programmazione che abbiamo avuto in Italia. È chiaro che c'è stata una particolare attenzione al tema pandemia, che ha iniziato soprattutto all'inizio a dare molto spazio all'argomento, come è avvenuto poi per la guerra in Ucraina, per cui c'è stato un monopolizzare tutto lo spazio, soprattutto per questi 2 argomenti.
So as for our offer, as I was saying, that we have film and we also have fiction, which is really our strength. This is what we're really focusing on. As far as the schedule, we just follow the Italian one. And of course, especially at the beginning, the pandemic, the theme of the pandemic was everything was revolving around it. So that was really the focus. And then it all turned to the war in Ukraine. So those were the main themes that everything revolved around.
È chiaro che durante la pandemia, quando abbiamo avuto il lockdown, siamo stati in casa come tutti, c'è stata una certa diciamo, maggiore fruizione del mezzo televisivo, e credo anche nei nostri report che anche chi diciamo, commercializza soprattutto film, cui Netflix Italia ha avuto una ampia occasione, forte occasione di crescita, per cui c'è stata una forte incidenza nel mercato, e laddove in Italia siamo al 50% della fruizione del mezzo televisivo su smartphone, tablet e smart TV, anche questo ha inciso nello sviluppo di questa dinamica.
During the lockdown, as was the case everywhere, of course, TV was being watched a lot. And this was shown also through our reports. The reports we had showed that whoever was selling movies and films, like Netflix Italia, for instance, they grew a lot. These sales increased a lot. And then 50% of the production also revolved around smartphones and smart TVs. So that was a huge market during that period.
Ok, potrei anche ovviamente parlarvi di quella che è la nostra nuova offerta, che da pochi giorni abbiamo presentato prima al governo italiano per tutti i soggetti istituzionali, i nostri principali stakeholders, ma credo che di questo, per stare al tema con cui avete introdotto il dibattito, ci sarà magari modo successivamente nel nostro meeting.
So I'd like to mention that I'd like also to talk about the new offer that we have. We just presented it actually a few days ago to the Italian government and all the stakeholders, but maybe this is not the time. So please let me know if you would like me maybe to talk about this later or now.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Just for the sake of time, I think we're going to move back to the panel quickly and just have some more conversations. But if you could stay, Fabrizio, a little bit longer and maybe share some of the incentives in the offer that you're chatting about, that would be wonderful. These are things that obviously have had to be looked at from a new strategy when it comes to distribution moving forward. So all these points are just so important. I'm going to move it over to Mr. Michael Mosca. And Michael, how did Equinox respond to this wonderful pandemic that we all dealt with? Were there severe, drastic changes or business as usual?
Well, it certainly wasn't business as usual because the theaters were closed. So we weren't really buying film as much as taking a look at old inventories and basically just trying to survive as far as going into production as well. So we did a little bit of producing. We did a television series. So we jumped on the bandwagon of basically the televisions being opened at the time, wanting product and the quantities. As far as Equinox, we just tried to provide feed that venue for the streamers and television that required more product as people were staying more and more at home. The interesting thing is that at the same time, it prepares you for the future a lot quicker than you want to. And there's a whole history of where distribution has come before getting to this point. And it was almost a little bit on the decline to begin with because of the major studios and the major pictures. Excuse me. So it was a little bit difficult for independent distributors or independent film to find its way into the theaters. So we had to explore all the other venues. As far as business as usual, like I said, during the pandemic, a lot of our sales depended on, well, the theaters were closed, depended on issuing product to the streamers and television, and basically production. So we were still able to produce. It was a little bit hard on sets with masks and sanitizing and everything else, but we were able to at least, in Equinox's case, because we have both hats, we were able to survive the pandemic because of that.
And just quickly, from a distribution model, did you have to hold back a lot of product before getting it out, waiting for things to change, or were those schedules influenced significantly?
They were. Some product was sent out straight to streamers because they couldn't wait, especially product that came from other areas. In-house productions stayed until they were able to be completed, and some product just stayed on the shelves. So we are in the process, since the theaters opened, I think last October, of eventually trying to release some of those pictures between the raindrops, as they say, trying to find, because everybody has a surplus of product. The studios had a whole bunch, and so the theaters were pretty much jammed at the beginning because everybody was trying to come out. I mean, and it's not just the independent. You're taking a look at the major studios that had big product as well. The James Bond, for instance, was delayed for almost a year and a half. I know because I waited anxiously for it. So there was a big influx of pictures that eventually had to get out there as soon as possible to make way for the new. And that was also one of the things that I realized going to the AFM. I'm sure my colleagues probably had the same feeling at the AFM this year. There was like a sell-off. It was a buyer's market. Everybody wanted to get rid of it's like used cars. Everybody wanted to get rid of the old stock because the new stock was coming in. So it was great. It gave us a lot of content.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to pass this over to Jim Sherry. With your close relationship with Netflix, obviously things were a little bit different when it came to streaming platforms. What did the pandemic have an effect on Netflix? How did it affect Netflix?
Thank you for having me, Tammy. Well, Netflix's core business is streaming. So Netflix's at-home media offering did very well. It accelerated subscriber growth. My role to qualify it, or this opinion, is I represent Netflix in Canada, their original films. So I distribute all of their films that hit movie theaters and market, et cetera, but also provide strategic marketing counsel. To revert back to Tammy's initial question, the theatrical market was in decline well before the pandemic started. And that decline was masked by two things. One was price increases, which were offsetting attendance reduction. And the second was event films. So we would joke, at least in North America, about the fact if you were not in the $200 million production business or horror business, you were struggling to have a resonance at the cinema level. So that being said, the largest shift that occurred, we all as consumers had already adapted to, which was technology. And anyone who's a parent in this room sees that their kids embrace it pretty young. And I personally had that epiphany when I offered my child a remote control to adjust the TV or my phone, and he chose the phone. The pandemic accelerated what was already in the process, which was a growth of at-home consumption of media, which is at historic levels. People are streaming more, watching more, touching more at home. The downstream effect of that is more content is needed, but more content in general for the buyers who are consuming the most of it, which are the now highly competitive streaming environment. Back to the later question, I could expand on any of that further as asked, but Netflix thrived, but so their subscriber growth went up. I'm spitballing, but 70 million subscribers out of 230 million subscribers over a 5-quarter period. That and the thing with a public company is once you show 70 million of subscriber growth, and then you get to a quarter where people have hit a certain saturated level, your stock is punished because you're not growing at such an accelerated pace. But still, the biggest demand globally is the streamers right now for buying content. So Netflix is in a strong position, as are a couple other the bigger brands that are competing in it, but it's not an easy business, as we're all seeing. And streamers operate with 3 primary objectives. One is customer acquisition, which we all know. Second is efficiency quotient, which is time on service and touching the content and watching the content. And the third is as simple as reduced churn, because as you're adding on new customers, if you can hold on to the customers you have, it is an incremental growth. If you're losing 2% versus 5%, dramatic difference. So I hope I addressed a piece of your question.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Can we move to Monica and ask, similarly, how did this affect things in distribution and production in Italy? Did you have to also change models and new directions?
Well, hello everyone. Fortunately, Minerva has, we do a lot of things in Minerva. So we do production, we do distribution in Italy. We do digital distribution in Italy and worldwide, and we also do sales, international sales. So let's say that whenever the COVID arrived, we managed to find a way around it, because basically even if the normal distribution suffered a little bit, our digital distribution was really, really good. And so, that was something that really, really made a difference for us, because the numbers were growing. People couldn't go outside, they had to stay home, and then everybody was watching films from home. So we had our distribution on like Amazon or Pluto or Apple, things like that were really thriving. So we didn't really have a problem. Of course, on the sales, international sales point of view, was a little bit of a setback, because we couldn't attend markets anymore. We couldn't go see, our usual clients, and therefore, we had a little bit of a setback in terms of more like a new relationship. But as far as sales, I would say that the sales were really stable, because still, there were a lot of needs of content, because the American studios were not producing anymore. And so like from countries like Korea or Russia or Japan, there were really need for content. So somehow we managed to grow even in a difficult time like COVID.
Thank you so much. Let's talk a little bit about Canadian independent film, and then we'll ask Italy also to see if they had comparable things. So Tom, talk to us a little bit about how COVID affected the distribution of independent film.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And thanks, Tammy, for being here. Yeah, it was, I think as Michael mentioned, it was quite a sea change for us as a independent film distributor that relied on theatrical audiences quite a bit, as opposed to selling for streaming or VOD. When theaters closed, it was quite a shock, but as Jim mentioned, it was basically accelerating what was already happening, which was a decline in theatrical audiences. And then as theaters reopened, the demographics were shifting because our films, which tend to be foreign language films and independent films, documentaries, those audiences tend to be older. And older audiences were much more cautious to come back to the cinema than younger audiences. And that's why we're still seeing films from Marvel, the superhero pictures, it's at Top Gun, seeing good box office, but the independent films are still struggling. And we're seeing things slowly get back to normal. We've had some successes this year with a Korean film called Decision to Leave, for example, and a couple of documentaries over the summer. But it's still a long way to go to get those audiences back in.
Thank you for that, Tom. And Sarah, talk to us a little bit about what's attractive to you now in looking at foreign independent films. What did the pandemic change there? Are you looking at them differently before you decide to bring in a foreign language film?
Yeah, I would say that our concentration, that we've noticed one of the trends coming out of the pandemic is that there's a desire, theatrically speaking, for content that is both fresca and has a unique story, speaks to underprivileged audiences. We had a film called Everything Everywhere at Once, which grossed $5.4 million in Canada that we're very, very proud of. We had another film recently, Triangle of Sadness, which grossed $800K as an independent film this past fall, which is a great success story as well. And I think when we look at foreign language films, they're bringing to us an edge, and that's different than the mainstream things that the Marvel movies offer, and we need to offer audiences something else to see, because we'll see a fatigue with this content that the studios are producing. It's great to have escapism and to feel like you're away and like to go see Tom Cruise fly a plane. That's very exciting. But it's another thing to go and see a story that's making social commentary on the current headlines that we can all relate to, and then taking it a little bit next level and adding sort of action to it. So I think that's something that we're very, very focused on. And the story and narratives for Elevation are something that we continue to concentrate on, and making sure that underprivileged voices have been heard and will be heard for the next couple years.
I just want to say that for the people who are up here, I'm the only Italian, and yet the first Italian word, fresca, came from Sarah. So
Hey, I'm
very
half,
good.
I'm half
Italian, okay.
Una Treviso.
You made the comment about connecting with the audience and making sure certain voices are heard, and Fabrizio mentioned the same thing, and that social issues are something that has to be paid attention to in order to present films that are also relevant. And if you're still there, Fabrizio, I'd love to jump back to talk a little bit about incentives, and you had some additional information to share with us. Have we
Sì, io sono qui. E la domanda è sugli incentivi, se voleva parlare degli incentivi. Aspetti che ha il microfono spento.
Che è un qualcosa che non riguarda direttamente la mia direzione, quanto noi usufruiamo di prodotti per i quali chiediamo di poter avere i diritti estero, anche se possibile con sottotitolazione in inglese per poter mandarlo in tutto il mondo. Però direttamente noi, però devo dire che la gran parte delle nostre fiction, che sono un prodotto di primo livello, vedo che c'è collegata la collega Andreatta, che insomma ha dato un grandissimo contributo in questo senso, e con lei Rai ha avuto un momento di grande crescita per quanto riguarda l'offerta delle fiction. Ecco, per le fiction le abbiamo quasi tutte, per i film abbastanza meno.
Scusi Fabrizio, intende che per le fiction ci sono, più incentivi rispetto a quelli che ci sono per i film?
Abbiamo più diritti disponibili. Per quanto riguarda, gli incentivi, questo è un qualcosa, una domanda che va posta a chi produce, e non è propriamente il mio settore.
Certo. So actually, this question about incentives does not really apply to me, because what I direct is I usually ask for the rights, and usually I take care of asking for subtitles for the foreign market, of course. But what I can say is that as far as fiction is concerned, which is our first level production. And I see my colleague Andreatta, who is online, and I think I want to congratulate her because with her, I really had an increase in the production and did really well with fiction. But as far as rights are concerned, I think there's a lot of them for fiction products right now, not so much for films. But as far as incentives, that is not 100% my field.
Thank you for sharing that. Let's talk about incentives. What makes sense when we're looking at foreign language and Canadian independent films? Are there things out there that are really working that we look at and say, that's a great plan, I can take advantage of that, and this helps us to reach that audience that we're looking for? Or are we still not there yet when it comes to dealing with co-productions and various things? So I'm going to throw it back to Tom. You deal with so much foreign language product.
Yeah, there are certain there are a number of countries that offer incentives for other territories like Canada to distribute their feature films. So many, I don't think we have tapped them lately. So much of our release schedule is dependent on our suppliers. So we have output deals with Sony Pictures Classics, Magnolia, and we end up using those pipelines to release most of our foreign language titles. And certainly in Canada, of course, Telefilm Canada has been a huge help with Canadian independent films, and they're doing a terrific initiative right now to get audiences back into theaters. So we're very excited to see how that plays out. We had a number of Canadian films at TIFF this year that did extremely well with audiences and critics, and yeah, as we roll them out over the next 6 months or so in 2023, we're going to see, hopefully, that those incentives have really pushed them to box office success.
That's wonderful, thank you. Let's talk now about consumption. Foreign language films, I mean, coming from a film festival background, we'd often have the conversations around people saying that that film looks so interesting, I'd love to see it, but it's subtitled. And yet, once they see and watch a film and embrace it, they can't get enough of it. Then they keep coming back. It's highly addictive because these films are so absolutely spectacular that if you can just get beyond that, we've moved beyond that as a society. And streaming platforms are bringing more and more foreign language product forward. So let's talk a little bit about that. Why is the consumption changing? What's triggered it? And is this something that we can expect more of in the future? So I'm going to start with Sarah on that one.
For sure. Like, that's a loaded question. Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to what I was saying about the freshness of the content. And that's kind of our purview on what we're looking for stream. And those are the things that we're noticing work on stream. The most interesting piece of data that Elevation has discovered is that recently anything that's working theatrically is working on VOD and stream. Things that are not working theatrically are having the same effect on VOD. And the things that are working are something that's fresh, something that's topical, that's in conversation with the times of things that are happening, or just something that has beautifully shot or crazy effects. So I think that's kind of what we're noticing. And yeah, it's kind of interesting how both ancillaries and theatrical are kind of complementing each other in terms of how consumption is behaving.
And I wonder, Michael, is consumption different? I mean, your office is in Montreal, out of Quebec, we're in Ontario. Even does that geography make a difference in how audiences are reacting to foreign language film?
Well, it certainly makes a difference for me. Some of the advantages that we might have in Quebec is the fact that we have our own little star system. So we do a lot of Quebec films and French films. So we have an audience that's built into Quebec, which helps Equinox a lot compared to the rest of Canada. We're not reliant on the US market as much because of our star system in Quebec. So the incentives there are good for us. The thing that's interesting is that we're saying how the theaters have been diminishing, and the audience right now, just a little bit of history, and I might digress a little bit, but I think it's important that they understand a little bit where we're coming from and to where we're going. The theaters right now, even though we have big pictures like the Top Guns of this world, Lamborghini coming out, go see it. There's a punch for you. The theaters are at 30 to 35, and I'm not exaggerating, 35% less in revenue than they were in 2019. And 2019 seems to be now the mark, because after that, all hell broke loose. And so they're all looking back to a point marker, which is 2019. And the problem with that is that a lot of the people, some of the older crowds and stuff like that, are decided to stay at home. And Tom brought up a great point in the sense that the older audiences are not going out as much as they used to, which affects a lot of the independent theaters and the independent film. However, we do have a market that's about 4 to 5 to 6 million in North America, not just Canada, because that's too much a big number, but there's 4 to 6 million people that have an interest in independent film. There's 400 to 600 art houses across North America, and there's a resurgence for independent film. The Italian film alone, and I'm going to just talk about the Italian film a little bit because we're here for that a little bit. There seems to be a resurgence of spaghetti westerns, some of the old horrors from D'Argento, and there's Lala Records, I think it is, in the US, is bringing out soundtracks from these old movies. Italy, which is, or at least was, one of the top 5 film industries in the world, have a ton of inventory sitting right now because a lot of the older films have been going into back to the producers, the rights being eliminated. Just theatrically to create public awareness so that they could sell to DVDs and, you know, I'm not even going to mention VHS today, but DVD and stream and cable, etc. Maybe there's at least to have a venue that kind of prime the pump a bit and have a venue where we have all this product that's accumulated and go to an AVOD streamers. Like we have right now partnered up with an American, and this is, I'm not preaching for Equinox, but in general, we have a partner with the US that have inventory on their own channels between Samsung, LG, Fodon, Android, Apple. And so at least there's a venue for these people to go to see independent film. And once we have this venue, then it creates, like I said, to repeat myself, prime the pump a bit so that they're aware that there are independent films that can be played in theaters. Now, you have to, of course, try to release between the raindrops, as I said before, because there's an influx of studio films, but the theaters are diminishing, and eventually you're going to have to support your local theater. There are big theaters. I can go back to history. I'm the oldest guy here. So I have history for you on distribution where it started. I can start by, see, back in 1930, no. What started this whole thing with the theaters is that the wide release went from 400 to 600 screens at the time to 4,200. There's all little things that have happened throughout history that has never really marked the theater, but it created like a butterfly effect somewhat. This is, of course, my opinion, but you know, TV came out and people said, oh, it's going to kill theaters. It never did. DVDs came out, HES, DVD, etc. Oh my God, that's going to kill the cinema. It quite didn't. But it did create little things along the way, just like streamers. Streamers came out, people said, that's the end of theaters. Well, not quite. So there is like a silver lining to all this. I'm not saying get out of theatrical distribution. It still is the venue of escapism. You know, I still don't want my daughter downstairs in the basement with her boyfriend. Go out to the theaters. I'm sorry.
Too much.
Too much information.
Okay.
The idea is that basically, because all these things happen, the windows between the release theatrical and to a DVD or to the streamers have become smaller and smaller. Having the smaller window between the release of different platforms made the studios basically release bigger, faster. The way that booking was done in the old days, it was done on percentages. like 70% first week and 60%. I mean, it's kind of done a little bit like this now for the old timers, but most of it is based on aggregate. So now we're saying, okay, 45% aggregate, 42% aggregate, basically to avoid all the homework of house expense, stuff like that. I know this is like talking to my kids about telex machines, but that's why the studios basically injected so much copies into the system. What this meant is that for the theaters to react to it, they had to build more. And for the longest time, you had a big building boom going in theatrical. Bigger, better, more theaters, because basically they wanted to play all this and get as much of that public as possible. That created basically a bullying effect from the studios for independent theaters. Because if you've got a mega complex, you don't have to go very far, and I could mention names, but it doesn't matter. There's one big freaking company in Canada called Cineplex. But you go to some of their big complexes, and right now, in the middle of the week, you got 3-4 people in there. It's very hard for them to kind of get enough revenue to make that building rentable. Okay? See, that's my French coming out, sorry. Wait till I put in Italian words in there as well. So what they're doing now, or what's going to happen, is that
Recording
the theaters are
in
going to start
progress.
closing down. There's just, between the rents and everything that's happening, they can't keep all these theaters alive. So they're going to start scaling down. This is what's going to happen. And so they're going to close some of these things along the way. And this is not just Cineplex. It's happening across the US. There are bankruptcies happening. So eventually, you're going to have a lot of repertoire houses who are going to survive, and those are how us distributors have to target our marketing dollar to get to these repertoire houses to have life in it.
We're already seeing that, right? I mean, I'm looking at numbers at some of the Cineplex big boxes, and besides the Top Guns and the Marvels, so many of the mid-range films for grown-ups, a lot of the art house film, like look at, say, Fabelmans or some of the other films that were big at TIFF this year, and their numbers are just sort of plodding along. And we are noticing that for some of our films in the smaller theaters in the smaller cities, for theaters that are independent and community-based, a lot of those audiences are supporting them because they feel a personal connection to them. And during the summer, I had a lot of phone calls from theater owners in small towns saying, look, the pandemic killed us because we had to close our theater, but we didn't know anybody who was really sick, because it's sort of a semi-rural area. And once the theaters were able to reopen and they started playing some of our films, their numbers were fantastic for just 1 or 2 shows. So we're fighting for a lot of the sort of smaller documentaries that we have, some of the Canadian films. If we can do a couple of specialized screenings at, say, Bell Lightbox or Hot Dog Cinema, and then we drive traffic there, then we're seeing a better return. And it goes back to what was mentioned earlier about event-type cinema, where instead of running for long runs and trying to compete with the larger studios, it's a different business model to get audiences out into cinemas. And so we're already seeing that. And I think you saw that in Quebec a lot. Quebec had a very different pattern of returning to cinemas than English Canada did, which was really encouraging.
Can I just add some positive news to some of this stuff? Because I feel like we're like, dun, 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 like doom and gloom. So yes, this year, 2022, we are 37.5% behind a number of titles that have been released. However, 2023, because of the backlog, they're anticipating that to increase, and they're already slating that there'll be 120 releases just for 2023 alone, not including half of the films that are not even announced. For Elevation, I can speak very proudly that we have about 6-ish films that are going to get significant moderate to wide releases with the support of Telephone in the next 6 months, because during the pandemic we focused on production, and all those films are ready to go, which is very exciting. And we're going to find homes for them. And what is good at Cineplex, yes, obviously they are a business. We are the show business, emphasis on business. But I also think that they have been very supportive of heritage films and Telefilm and us. And so I feel very hopeful about that in the next 6 months. And to add some foreign language statistics for you, because I did go on ComScore. So for Italian language films or Italian related films, in 2019 there was a total of 18 that were released, not including the Met Opera. Currently in 2022, there is 18, not including the Met Opera, with 3 still to go for 2022. So we're already starting to see an increase. In terms of Italian, Canadian co-productions and content, I think the focus now is the exciting news of the Film Distribution Fund, in addition to Telefilm, is how can we, in 3 tiers, focus on bringing limited, moderate releases, cultivating them in Canada, and then working on eventizing Italian content. Next year, Elevation is very proud to be managing the Ferrari movie. And third, also making content that's specifically for stream. Documentaries do really, really well. How can we showcase how beautiful the Italian culture is and how the partnership with Canada is going to work? And in terms of the older audience, 100% agree with you. There is a plethora of older content with Till, Tar. We have Triangle. They're all dictated to the older audience right now. And Fableman's even, they're struggling for the grosses that maybe pre-pandemic that they wouldn't have. But then you take something like Ticket to Paradise, Julia Roberts, and George Clooney, $6.6 million in Canada, $60 million North America, and that audience continued to show up for that film. And then when it went on transactional VOD, there wasn't really a dip. So that's something promising to think about, is as we move forward, maybe the older audience is starting to feel more comfortable, but there is a backlog right now.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it back to Monica quickly before we get over to Jim, because everyone has to comment on this. We've really gone into a great stream. But Monica, when it comes to consumption and distribution and how other films outside of Italian films are doing in Italy right now, if they're competing for these big bad theatrical companies who are, not doing what they used to do, what does that look like for Canadian independent film in Italy? Are you seeing an uptake in consumption, or is this just everyone's kind of dealing with the same thing?
Well, everyone is dealing with the same things. Actually, we do represent for international sales 2 Italian-Canadian film, actually. One is called From the Vine, that I think did pretty well in Canada, but we didn't manage to sell it anywhere in Italy, but we sold it everywhere around the world. So, it really depends. In Italy, we feel very local. Theaters are not going well. And I wanted to go back to what Michael said before, because that was very interesting, about the Italian heritage films that, nobody can see anywhere anymore. So why don't we stream them somewhere where everybody can watch them? Well, actually, as you probably know, Minerva has launched a platform in North America initially. Now we're also launching in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and other countries, but the most important country for you is North America, that is called Movie Italy, and that actually will show all the spaghetti western, all the horror, all the, those films like Fellini, Visconti, Bertolucci, that have now, they are the heritage. We're watching a nice video now of our content that will be available for everyone in the US. And we really hope that, this can grow, because there's going to be a lot of heritage film, but even new content. So we do believe that there is a huge need, to watch Italian films. And I think they probably also need to watch Canadian film here in Italy, but probably people will not go to watch them in the, in theaters unless they have a very good cast or they have, participated in some major festivals. So, the way that we have Movie Italy now in the States, maybe there could be something similar for Canadian film in Italy, and that's something that we could actually evaluate and see if that's possible to do. And also I wanted to say something about the incentives, because, you mentioned the incentives in distribution fund that we have now in Italy to distribute Italian films abroad, but you didn't really talk about it. I think it's a great thing that Cinecittà, the government, the Italian government, is doing to promote Italian films worldwide, and basically they're willing to pay 30% of the P&A up to 30,000 euros, and to any film that's being released in any country in the world, except Italy, of course. And that's why, they really want to help Italian films to travel. We know there is a huge problem in North America. Nobody wants to read, and our films are in Italian, unfortunately. But thanks to this fund, I think that there is a possibility to have the Italian films travel. As I've heard there's been some releases in Canada, so that's very interesting. I'm very happy to hear. So I just wanted to make these 2 points of the things that are very important, because it's put with, I think that we have to make sure that films travel, because people want to watch them and they have to travel any way they can. So either on streaming or theater or something, we have to help films to travel. I'm sure people will go and watch them, or maybe just watch them from their home, and if it's easier for them.
And that's a perfect segue over to Jim, because unlike Michael, I think you're pleased to have your boys downstairs watching in front of the screen, no matter who's there with them. So.
I am. In response to some of the things my colleagues have said, and as I'm listening, my head is shaking. I agree literally with everything that was said up here. I have 2 businesses. One is to represent Netflix. The second is we own a platform through Sherry Media Group that is a content acquirer and producer of specifically documentary films that are social issue oriented and focused. The reason I raise that is we have seen, like Sarah commented, that there's this whole sea change of in the consumer sector of a focus towards social issues. We believe that's demographic driven, frankly speaking, and from millennials to Gen Z, we think it's a whole new generation. In that is an opportunity for us, with the support of and cinema owners, the generous contributions of our support systems here, like Telephone Canada and Fran, who were there to help the content get made. And I'm very personally optimistic on where content will take our sectors, where it'll take my children, and the options that they'll have for how they consume content. But the 2 things, and I hope it is not pessimistic to say it. One is we need to look at the sector holistically, not that I am a theatrical distributor, or Jim is a streamer, or Sarah is a theatrical. That's not how the economics work in this business. And we'll smile, but that is the truth. Cinema owners are for profit. The largest cinema owner in the North American business went bankrupt this year, excuse me. So there's a reality. There was a reality in 2019 that the cinema market was on a 4% decline year over year. That's how the population was already shifting to digital, and most people believed it would accelerate. The pandemic accelerated the whole thing. So we're dealing with 3, on the cinema level, we're dealing with probably 3 things. When will the market come back? 2, what will that market size be? And 3, what demographics will be represented in that market? In Canada, we have a market that seems to have responded faster. We have a market that seems to have responded faster to event films. No surprise, their teenagers are a lot more comfortable. They're less prone to any sickness in general, and frankly, they're less fearful. So they're back. But we have a vibrant foreign market in Canada. It just happens to be that it's Indian-oriented content, Hindi language, that far exceed the independent films all added up. It's a bigger market segment. So that model is working here. The question is, how do we take that model, what we know, and bring in other content to continue to build that audience, including Italian content. Proportionally speaking, though, we have 2,000 screens or thereabout in Canada. My colleagues will shake their hand. I'm not sure any of us know exactly what the number is, but it's about 2,000, I think. And there's probably 20,000 pieces of content up on the 5 major streamers in Canada right now. So cinema owners are under tremendous pressure on the domestic stuff that is supported by Telefilm Canada. And have remained incredibly accommodating. I think we'd all say yes. But it's imperative on us to put people into the buildings because we'll get the access, and you get the opportunity. But if you squander the opportunity, there's, it's the friendship handshake, but you're out. We need to continue to build. And cinema going, in my personal experience, and we've owned cinemas in my career, for companies I worked for, we were the biggest art cinema in Canada, called Alliance Cinemas. It's habit. Tom knows it better than me because Tom specialized in this for decades. The big films carry the small films. They get the exposure to the small films. And that is a gigantic advantage streaming companies have right now, which is I'm on it more, I'm streaming more, and they're touching me more. They're serving me more content. They're giving me, you like this? I have a profile on you. Here's another thing you might like. So we need to get people back in cinemas. It's healthier for our whole sector. And one last thing I would comment. I personally have seen exactly what Sarah has seen, which is, I wouldn't say for all content, but in general, films that are being released into cinemas are getting, please excuse it, it's not meant condescending, they're getting earned media. We're getting reviews on the films, we're getting editorial pieces on the films, we're getting our paid advertising to run, we're getting the support of all these other mediums, we're getting cinemas to put up posters, to put up trailers, all of these things to generate awareness. We're seeing that awareness resonates downstream. And if you take something that's small and drop it into a sea of iTunes, which I'm sure everyone probably has bought something on iTunes at one point or another, it is a dramatic difference when you're looking at the economics of a film that places first on iTunes in terms of ranking and the revenue stream on the film that's 4th or 5th on iTunes. It's dramatic. And point of that being, it's as polarized as the cinematic experience. So, but it doesn't mean that we can't build up the audiences and continue to build up the audiences as they're returning to cinema. So that's my view.
And some incentives are being created of that sort as well. Like in Montreal, we have a theater that's going to dedicate in the new year one of their screens for foreign films. We can't say that we're going to release the same film for 7 days because sometimes the market isn't big enough to support one Italian film for 7 days. But we're trying to, like that one screen, we're trying to at least bring public awareness to the fact that every given week there could be a foreign film being shown. And that's just one of the ways that also theaters or theater owners or independent theater owners are trying to survive against the big films all the time. So we will be looking for product. Like Sarah said, it's not all doom and gloom. We will be looking for product, but the distribution, which is basically what Jim touched on, is the theaters are going to come back and what's it going to look like? The state of distribution will look a little bit different than what it used to. And maybe that's what we're looking at. So right now, what we're doing over at Equinox is we're trying to get some of these Italian movies, French movies, some foreign language film, and maybe do like 2 or 3 day showings. And so you might go to a theater, and I don't want to name theaters at this point in time, but there's a theater that wants, like I said, dedicate one screen to having a role of independent film, so that they'll, like whether it's like once a month or you have Italian and with French and other languages, there's going to be a public awareness of the fact that, hey, we're going to go to that theater because basically it has foreign films, which could be good for the theater. It's what we call sometimes mailbox revenue, but that's what you're going to have to work with, and we're going to need support. Now, here in Canada, Tom said so well, we have a great support system. Telefilm supports Canadian film very well, and for foreign pictures, there is aid, like the Italians do, mathematically, I don't know if the 30% to a cap is enough mathematically for a distributor to look at that. But if you're going to distribute in these independent films and just bring product in, and you can make some kind of a deal with the buyer, there is room for foreign film.
Can I ask a question, Tammy? I interrupt you here. So, Italian films on the mainstream and on Netflix, on Amazon, there is a possibility, most of them now offer not just the subtitles, but the dubbing. And every foreign film almost offers this possibility on the streaming sector. So, and this is take an advantage, of course. At the movie theaters, there are only subtitles. So do you think that this disadvantage make the streaming more the new home for the foreign films instead of being in a theater? And the theater can one day think about a new technology that can offer also this kind of service. We experimented the headsets at the festival this year, and headsets can have different channels. And it was incredible at Distillery, having all those people open air in a theater that we created, in some way being immersed in the movie with the headsets and not distracted by anything else in the distillery that was open. In this case, it's about subtitling and dubbing. I think that a lot of people now, they are getting used to the dubbing part. When they are tired, they don't want to read subtitles. So there is a technical issue here. How you would like to solve, if you want to solve it? I'm speaking, of course, to the theater, Equinox for sure, but also the streaming sector. I would like to ask another question. Streaming has this incredible advantage. On the other hand, as a festival, we always have some problems getting the movies that are on streaming, because Netflix wants the exclusive. We will not give it to the festival for theatrical release. Amazon is the same and so on. So is this, again, an advantage that you have, that you use it, in some way penalizing the festival that you still, the theater as an incredible component to deliver a film? Sorry that.
Oh, no.
Somebody want to comment? Jim, do you want to?
Sure. My colleagues will jump in, but I'll start with it. Pertaining to dubbed versus subtitling, I think in Canada, my experience is that for an Italian film, and I've released some of the bigger Italian films in my career, including Life is Beautiful, you're dealing with predominantly two demographics you're targeting. One is an adult, sophisticated consumer, art house consumers, pretty much generally categorized, and the second is Italian Canadians. So subtitle and Netflix, I know through visibility, on other languages, it's subtitle. They find that consumers are very comfortable reading. For ours, with a sophisticated consumer, I found, and it might be contradictory to my colleagues' experience, I found that dubbing a sophisticated film becomes more problematic. It actually it gains more criticism. Mike can be the expert on that because of Quebec, and we're dubbing or subtitling, which we do. Mike also distributes for Sherry Media Group in Quebec because he's tremendous. But we subtitle everything. Pertaining to the second part of that, I can only speak as a distributor to the Netflix and streaming's ability to go into regional markets and dictate the terms of, frankly, how the films are exposed in the market, exclusive, non-exclusive, in those natures. I think Italy, like Canada, has the new reality, which is the global companies have come into regional marketplaces, and they're carrying global scale and they're carrying global power. So we have a company here called Bell Media, who's the biggest media company in the country, gigantic. And Bell Media is, I'm going to round it, but a $50 billion market cap. Netflix has $275 billion market cap and Disney's bigger. So the decisions that are being made on a global basis are enabling that global financial consideration, which is very difficult to compete with, if you can compete at all with it. I do think there is an opportunity. Italy has 50% more population than Canada. Italy has 50% less streamers on Netflix than Canada. So if I were looking at that, frankly, from a financial model, I'd say I'm undersubscribed in Italy. How do I raise up that subscription level? It's a layperson perspective, or a business person's perspective. And in that would be if that market responds more, if your market responds more to Canadian content, and Italian content, then I'm going to be programming more of it, because the shotgun of adding on subscribers through Dope Sick or Orange is the New Black or whatever each streamer is using as those juggernauts to get those acquisitions up for subscribers, it's under tremendous pressure. So you've got to start looking at regional growth while you're looking at global growth simultaneously. So I hope I answered your question, generally speaking.
To simplify your dubbing question, I think you have to go, it's a genre. So I think for example, you release something like Avatar. Do you think that's going to do better as dubbed or subtitled? Dubbed, right? So I think the more commercial films are better off being dubbed, and some of the more independent dramas, they could be subtitled. I think that's simplifying it. The other thing I would say is talk to your distributor. I mean, if you're a producer or a foreign sales agent and you're selling something to Canada, talk to your distributor. He knows the market, and he'll tell you whether it should be dubbed or subtitled. Sometimes dubbing is too expensive for the return. But obviously, on a commercial film, people would rather look at the action rather than read. In my case, a guy who's going deaf, I subtitle even the English stuff. So, but I think that would be a simplifying, to simplify the dubbing, subtitling question.
Tom or Sarah, do you want to comment on, should theaters have dubbing available? I kind of like the idea.
I mean, that would be great. I mean, for us at Elevation, it comes down to deliveries and like terms of what has been delivered to us. But I completely agree with what both of my colleagues have said here. Dubbing on the more commercial films is more sense for us, and usually we tend to veer the opposite route when it comes to the art house platform releases to stay with the integrity of the film.
Yeah, I don't have much more to add than they've added, except, yeah, I mean, the audience for most of our foreign language titles want to see it in subtitled, and I think if you're going to dub, it's going to have to be a film that's going to expand beyond an art house audience, an older audience. They don't mind reading, and I don't know, I guess Jim might have access to stats on how Netflix viewers are watching foreign language titles, if they're watching them subtitled or dubbed. I was very happy to hear that my son watched Squid Game subtitled when he barely bothers to read a book. So, I mean, that's fantastic. But our audiences tend to prefer the subtitled, yeah.
Wonderful. We do have to wrap up very soon. I'm just wondering, before we leave, if Monica, Fabrizio, if anyone has any last comments to make, that there's something we missed that you really wanted to share with the audience here today. Before we wrap up, Monica, I'll just go to you.
Well, I'm fine. It was very nice, even if from far.
Thank you so much.
I think we covered everything.
Wonderful. And Fabrizio, are you still with us as well?
Fabrizio is gone, a meeting in Rome, and I have to say that for Fabrizio, Fabrizio is the new head of the international programming of RAI, and RAI is launching different platforms for reaching not just the Italian abroad, but again, reaching everybody, because they are choosing English to start not just subtitling, but also produce programs in English. So this is another probably thematic topic for the next industry day, how dangerous is that a company from Italy start to using internet to program a lot of film series program in English that arrive, of course, to Canada directly, and is in some way changing a little bit again the rules of the distribution, I think. But again, we don't have time. Tammy, you were incredible in this moderating this topic that is a very challenging one.
Thank you. I don't know, I think we can add a day. We have more to talk about. Is that not okay?
We'll add it in 2023.
Do we have time for just a couple of quick questions?
Yeah, of course.
Wonderful. Yes.
What's the cost differential between dubbing and subtitling with AI, which I understand is program tomorrow? That should change dramatically, should it not?
That's a question I cannot answer. Who can answer that for us?
I can't answer the AI question. I really don't know. But yeah, there is quite a big cost differential. It can be like $15,000 to $20,000 more to dub in Canada. So, we would, for us to choose to dub, we'd have to identify that the audience for the film, would be keen to see it dubbed. So like I said earlier, would have to branch out beyond a strictly art house audience. And then B, figure out the costs of dubbing, whether we do it ourselves, whether we acquire a dub from another territory, and then sort of we just, cost it out and see if it's worth doing. And for the most part, unless of course it's dubbing into French, which is a whole different story here in Canada, then we tend not to do it.
Yeah, you're starting to talk about unions, and so if you dub a picture, let's call it legally. If you dub a picture in Canada, it can cost up to $35,000-$40,000, depending on the amount of voices, the characters. It depends on how much work has to go into it. Subtitling is, you can get away with $25,000-$3,000. So there's a $3,000, and then there's a $25,000-$30,000. Now, for a Canadian film, Telefilm helps with that. So as a producer, you should ask for help between, I think Telefilm puts in, if not all of it, majority of that cost. So that's something that you can take a look at if you have a Canadian film that you want to eventually go to French Canada. As far as foreign film, if you do it non-union, and if you dub it somewhere else, it could cost you about $15,000 US, which is still, at 40% exchange, you're looking at what, 21,000, which is a little bit cheaper, but $21,000 still compared to, like I said, $25,000 to $3,000 as a subtitle.
Excluding French, your consideration of dubbing versus subtitling has to prove out economically from the cinemas, because you're downstream only going to be offering or licensing one deal that will comprehensively grab any of the versions of the film that you have. And if you are, in your decision making, believe that you have a larger audience by creating a second version of the film, dubbing the film, then that also means that you have a whole new set of marketing expenses, et cetera, associated with not just the physical dubbing of it, but how are you going to communicate with that market segment, et cetera. So it's got to be, French is the exclusion because we have French buyers of content plus English buyers of content in Canada. But right now, if someone's buying an Italian film, they're probably an English or French carrier who wants that title on their platforms. So they're buying the one version of the film and offering it in subtitled, dubbed, English, whatever versions you're available to provide.
Great question. Yes.
Yeah, I'm curious to know, and it might open a whole new discussion, but what do you think about television? Because we haven't heard about your distribution thoughts about television, and as independent producers, a lot of the funding agencies here in Canada would require a broadcast release. So if you can just quickly talk about that, that would be wonderful, because we are struggling with that, and it's part of distribution, of course.
Sure, yeah.
It's hard. There's a larger audience for television right now than is for cinema. That is a direct product of streamers are the big buyers right now. Streamers and regional, large enough media companies that can compete. So they want the same exact thing, which is exclusive content to attract audiences to their channels or services for a subscription and or to serve them ads. They want something that's recurring because it's easier to market a recurring series in 12 or 8 segments of it as opposed to creating a movie night and offering Jim's life story, which is a one-time event. And in Canada, you are walking the dual line where if you need CMF, you need broadcaster buy-in, you need CMF, and even with those two and tax credits, you're hopefully there. But if you're not there, as you know, you've got to find that gap piece. So I do think there's models that do work. They're rare, but they've proven out, like CBC's great at it and have brought on Netflix as partners to take international or co-represent it. But yes, it's harder. I hope I gave you a little bit of insight, at least my experience in it.
That is definitely a whole other panel discussion. I think we are in for 3 days. Yeah. One last quick question, if there's, yes, please.
Hi. Just very briefly, interest rates have a significant effect in cost and spending, and we're now heading towards another interest rate hike on December 8th, possibly 0.25% or 0.5. So during the pandemic, we had an economic stimulus where interest rates were lowered in order to adapt to the new reality, the shutdown. Now we're heading towards an area of economic spending. So we now have higher interest rates. So we're at one of the highest levels in the past recent years, and we're experiencing now another rate increase just this coming week. 2022 and 2023 will see a leveling off. It may be of interest to include in legal contracts an interest rate clause in order to protect in the event of interest rate fluctuations. And that may offset costs when it comes to translation or dubbing or any of the extra items that are required. Just a thought, interest rates make a difference, and clearly we've gone through an interest rate fluctuation, a boomerang, higher, lower, higher, and now we're slowly leveling off. But it may be of use to actually include this new reality in our legal contracts, and that may offset costs.
Any comments there? Food for thought?
Well, the comment I have is that unless, like the interest rates affect basically loans, depending on the company you're with, I don't have a problem with interest rates in our expenses. Where I do have a problem with interest rates, which is is basically with banks in production, where they're cash flowing the tax credits and stuff like that. Those have generated enough of a headache that it basically takes away from the producers' possible fees. And already we're being cut down when it comes to, you have to do a lot of producer fees are deferred. And you're spending most of the money in the development stage, et cetera, et cetera. So I do feel for the producers, being one of them, but on the distribution level, personally, I don't have an interest issue for Equinox at this point, but I can see how it definitely is an issue on the production side. Guys?
No, it's the same for Elevation. Like production, it impacts us way more than distribution. Like distribution, we're in the same scenario. So.
The production panel later on, we will ask the same question to the guest later on today.
I think that's our cue to get the heck out.
It is. So I'm going to take this last
Extra
quick
stage
minute
left.
that we have just to thank all of you very much for taking time from your hectic schedules to be here to speak with all of us. Thank you all for joining us very, very much. And I'm going to attempt this. Don't laugh. Grazie e buone feste. Happy holidays, everyone.
And thank you,
so
Cristiano.
much.
Grazie a voi. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you for being here, moderating this very difficult panel, and thank you for all the guests that arrived also from Montreal. Thank you, Michael, to join us. Incredible comment. And everybody here, again, see you next year probably to comment for the next distribution chapter. So, ICFF, one of the topic, the mission of ICFF was always try to not just create a networking, but finalizing a networking to have more and more co-productions or collaboration between the two countries in the production of a movie or a TV series. So in the years, we are proud to collect a number of movies that were in some way helped to be not just promoted, but even initiated from the Vine that we talked about. This movie before is an example what the festival did to help the co-productions and the collaboration between Italy and Canada. So we prepared a short video that will probably show you a little bit of what happened after with the help of the industry days and the help of ICFF during these years.
One of ICFF's most fundamental goals from the start has been to encourage the development of co-productions between Italy and Canada. We have successfully accomplished this goal by creating a strong foundation for a vast network of filmmakers from both countries. ICFF has aided many industry professionals through the various stages of film production and presented these works to the general public by including them in our programming, promoting them to buyers, distribution companies, and media outlets. The work that is required to co-produce a film is similar to creating an international gourmet dinner. The results are worth a celebration, but obtaining results requires passion, dedication, and a flair for handling cultural diversity. In recent years, dozens and dozens of film productions have been the result of a collaboration between Italy and Canada. Our mandate is to continue encouraging filmmakers and helping to establish meaningful connections through ICFF Industry Day, which we plan to continue, expand, and develop even further in the future.
To tell the stories of collaborations that we really try to help in any ways. And today, to help me introduce the new collaborations that happened in the 2022 and 2021 and finalized in this year, we have a really incredible person in the panorama of the Canadian film industry and documentary industry. Rudy Buttignoli is an independent broadcast executive and moderator of documentary financing forums in Asia and in Europe. He is a guru in the documentary genre and distribution of films internationally. So I'm very honored to have Rudy Buttignoli with us today at Stage 10.
Thank you
so much.
Buongiorno. Buongiorno a tutti. Sono molto orgoglioso di essere qui, sai che sono italiano. Canada is my adopted country. I'm pleased to be here for Italian-Canadian co-productions. And Cristiano,
Yes.
we didn't rehearse this. I don't have people joining me on stage at any given time. They'll join us throughout the session because we have a lot of different guest panelists. But I thought, we've been sitting here for an hour and a half. I'm really happy I didn't have that second coffee I don't know about you, but it's, I do a lot of panels in Asia and Europe, and we gather together at the last minute, sit down, and don't have a lot of time to meet each other. And these things are really about collaboration and getting to know each other. So I'm going to take 1 minute. I hope you'll indulge me. I think everybody could stand up for a bit. I think we need a stretch, right? We need a stretch, that's it. And while you're standing up, this is about collaboration. Why don't you turn to the person beside you or behind you and introduce yourself? Because meet somebody new. That's right. That's right. That's what this is about, right? Okay, now that I've got you up, let's see, a little stretch, really? A little stretch? There it is. Okay. Isn't that nice? Now you'll remember their names, and at the next break, you can continue the conversation. Now if we can have everyone seated down again. This is the hard part. I always create a certain chaos. We have you nicely seated. Now I have to get you to sit down, please. Please take your seats. Take your seats, otherwise I'm going to start pointing you out. All right, come on. We have a lunch break, so please take your seats. I'm always scared about doing this because it's easy to get you up. It's harder to get you down, and when it's a group of Italians, unbelievable. At wedding receptions, my father and his friends would talk throughout all the speeches. Very Italian. So anyways, wasn't that good? That feel good? Okay. Again, I'm glad I didn't have that second coffee. Cristiano.
With one of the most important series that has involved Italy and North America, and has taken over social media with fans filming the reaction to the emotional journey that is this show. Of course, I'm talking about From Scratch, the global hit series that we have seen it for sure on Netflix, #1 in the US, and on the top 10 list in 84 countries. So Rudy, I think that we have something to show.
Yeah, well, the team here at ICFF, along with Nick Iannelli, Executive Vice President of Post-Production at Take Five Productions, had the pleasure of interviewing Tembi Locke. She's the writer for the series, but also she's the author of the memoir, a New York Times bestseller on which the series is based. And so he had a chance to interview her, along with the opportunity to talk to Giacomo Giannotti, a beloved actor of ours and a local fellow, who plays the role of Giancarlo in the series. And I believe we have the interview right now, so if you could roll the interview, please.
Hello. I think we're just Giacomo. There he is. Ciao.
Hello, Giacomo.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
So good to see you. Temi, today, we're here to talk a bit about From Scratch, the global Netflix hit series that's launched a few weeks ago and #1 in the U.S. and Canada and over 84 countries around the world. I don't know if everyone is aware, but the idea of actually From Scratch is a bit of your life story, as I understand. How has the experience been for you? How is the journey from real life to writing the memoir to getting it on Netflix? I mean, what is that?
Yeah, thank you, first of all, for having me here and for chatting. I'm so excited to sort of talk to you today. And I thank you for that question, because it has been really a life, it feels at this point like a lifelong journey, because there's what I lived, right, which began when I was really 20 years old. So there's what I lived, there's what I wrote about in the memoir, there's what we wrote about in the writer's room, then there's what we shot, then there's what we edited, and now what's being shown, right? And those are all different versions of the same core story. And a part of what we wanted to do with the series was to hold that essence of that lived experience and try to have that travel from page to screen. And of course, now through, streaming into everyone's, TV, laptop, whatever device they're watching it on, but have it really connect at the heart level. So I feel so grateful for having taken that professional challenge, if you will, and having succeeded in having it reach so many people in such an impactful way. So that's like the professional answer to your question.
Right.
Right. The personal answer to that question is I am humbled beyond words. I am, again, grateful. And, there's no predicting anything like this. I could not have predicted if you talked to me 10 years ago, I couldn't have predicted that I'd even write a book, right? I was just trying to sort of put my life back together. And I wanted to kind of heal for myself by documenting what had happened, right? And I think I felt my heart expand. I felt that I was changing. I felt that the love was deepening.
Right.
And that's something I never expected. Even though, yes, it's very much my story. And as you said, my experience with Italy and with Sicily, it's touching a kind of universal nerve that is transcends just my one experience. And now it's into everyone's experience. And I think that makes me feel really, really good.
Right. Giacomo, I'm going to turn to you. In addition to playing Giancarlo in From Scratch, and you also recently wrapped playing the lead character in this new Italian film series entitled Diabolic. How was it working on both productions?
Well, working in Hollywood for a long time, this was just like a really special treat to go to where I'm from and sort of be at my job, but be in Italy, like very rare. It was just so lovely to be, walking to work and, seeing Tembi and Zinga and all the people that we worked with and Zoe and looking around and being like, I'm in my home country and I'm going to my job. Like it was just a sense of satisfaction. And it was interesting going from a sort of more American Hollywood kind of production that was obviously infused with Italian culture to a sort of true 100% Italian product. It's not really a big difference. It's like artists are artists all over the world. Like we're just trying to make a beautiful story and everybody really cares and is passionate and wants to tell this great big story. So, there's other projects that shoot in Italy and just kind of abuse Italy and just sort of use it as a backdrop, and they just sort of suck all its beauty out and then twist it and then go back to America. This was one of those projects that was the complete opposite. It was honoring Italy. It was honoring the people. It was telling their stories. It was digging deep into like cultural differences and things and bridging gaps between cultures. And it was really elevating Italy and showing the best parts.
Giacomo, thank you so much. That means so much to me. I have to say, to answer your question, Nick, I, first and foremost, from the time I was in the writer's room, it was a paramount importance to me, right, that we get Italy right. I was like, I have zero interest. Like my late husband used to say, like, when he would see an American film that had anything to do with Italy, he was like, oh my God, it's a polpettone. It's just like a giant meatball of like stuff. And I was like, we cannot do this. So in that way, we're acknowledging that we're both coming to the table with cultural truth.
Right. What were the challenges making the series? Were there any challenges?
I would say the biggest production challenge there was navigating Sicily, right? And so from a production point of view, and what I mean by that is navigating is just the geography of needing to shoot in 3 different cities. Everybody's smiling and nodding, right? And like small mountain towns and, and like moving your troupe, right? Moving the circus from point A to point B. Of course,
lots of stairs.
We were shooting across timelines. We were shooting block shooting. So we might be in one timeline of our story, and then like later in the afternoon in a completely different timeline. So they were definitely some challenges, but everybody was game to find the solution.
Yeah, and the crews there are amazing. We're just finishing up a pilot that just finished shooting in Sicily, and the way they sort of all came together and for the 5 days that we're there, it's been amazing.
It blew me away.
Right. Yeah, Tenby, at some point, hopefully we'll see you in Toronto, and you get to experience some of the wonderful cold weather that exists here.
It would be my pleasure. I just thank you so much for both inviting me here today, just to be a part of this conversation. It's a unique honor for me to have been a part of anything that Italy is responding well to. I think that is just touches my heart. And when I hear from my small town in Sicily that everyone has cried, that they have gone to, you know, il comune, al comune a parlare della serie. It's just like, they talk about it in the bars and this, and it warms my heart. So I am very, very honored. So thank you.
All right, lovely interview. Now we have a little surprise for you directly from the set of Diabolique, or Diabolico, at least almost. Please welcome a performer from scratch, Giacomo Giannotti. Giacomo, where are you? Ah, che piacere. Benvenuto. Ciao. Ecco il microfono.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Nice to see you.
So, too close? Should I sit there?
Well, no, we can. No, I'm never this close to a star, so it's not close enough. Actually, I did a bit of reading. I understand you went to school at Humber, Collegiate.
But confused as Harvard.
No, not Harvard.
Did I go to a different school?
Humber, and before that, Cardinal Newman for the performing arts.
Cardinal Carter.
Cardinal Carter. I'm getting my cardinals mixed up.
You are.
Okay. I hope I didn't do a bad cardinal on that one. So you've gone between Italy and North America in your acting career as well, or?
Yeah, my first job, I was actually 10 years old, and I had a small role in a film in Cinecittà in Rome, our big famous studios of Rome, and that was sort of what started my acting career. Many years later, after high school, I left to go back to Italy to try acting again, and was only able to land like a small part on a show there right before leaving. I then came back to Toronto to study theater at Humber College, and then I also, after that, completed a residency at Norman Jewison's CFC, the Canadian Film Centre, for film acting. And then since then, I've been working predominantly in North America, and I was on Grey's Anatomy for 7 years, which all shoots in Los Angeles. So I've been in Los Angeles for quite some time now. And now that I've left, I've been really wanting to reintroduce myself to the Italian market and start participating in films, not just acting, but also producing and creating work that can, that we can profit from both in North America and in Italy, like we were talking about in the interview. And so since leaving, I've been lucky enough to work on this project from scratch, but also a film called Diabolique, which is one of our most famous Italian comic book heroes. Very big symbolic figure for Italy. So I'm very fortunate and lucky that I've been able to sort of have a career that can swing between North America and Italy.
Do you find that there's a major difference in terms of production styles when you're doing an Italian production versus a Hollywood production?
I don't think so. And I was talking a little bit about that in the interview. That I just at the end of the day, artists are artists, and we if we're getting to the point where we're on set about to shoot something, clearly like we're passionate about the story we're trying to tell, right? And so yeah, there's some little differences. I always sort of make the joke that the food on set in Italy is better.
It has to be.
Other than that. But no, I think it was really fun. I worked with these two directors. They're brothers. That was the first time I worked with brothers or two directors at the same time, which was interesting. But I don't think there's too many differences between Italian and North American productions.
You don't find any different kinds of pressures coming from co-producers wanting different things on set? I was just thinking of the difference of Italians portraying Italy and North Americans going to Italy and portraying Italy.
Well, I think on set there was a lot of sort of funny stories from my Italian directors sort of talking about American films that, are set in Italy and how they oftentimes miss the mark. You know what I mean? And sort of they feel underrepresented or misrepresented by the films that North America makes about Italy.
Yeah. I find that too. I find sometimes the Italianisms in North American cinema, it's pretty cliche.
All we do is not like making tomatoes and like, you know, and making spaghetti. That's like, our culture is much richer than that.
Well, I know I was watching something recently, and I realized that it was shot over a course of several weeks, and every meal, and there were a lot of them, the pasta was always red. It was always red. It was never changed. And I think, does anybody use butter anymore, or garlic or whatever else? But anyways, so you found no real difference really, from an actor's point of view, and.
Look, I mean, I think, you know, on an economic standpoint, the budgets that Italy is working with are much smaller, you know, and so smaller than I'm certainly used to, and so they're having to do a lot more with less, which is you know, always creates a lot of creativity, right? But people have to be very creative and figuring out, you know, in Diabolic, you know, we had a lot of, my character uses a lot of gadgets and things like that. It's also the 60s, very kind of Bond inspired. So, you know, the prop masters and the set designers had to create some very, very complex and interesting things, but with very little money, and I think they did an incredible job, and the product that you see on screen, especially in the set design, is really remarkable. So it goes to show that, you know, if you're passionate and you do the research and you spend that time in pre-production, you really can achieve that product that you want.
Do you generally have less shooting days or less crew, or what's the difference?
Well, I'm used to
budget?
doing a 5-day work week in North America usually. You get Saturday, Sunday off and 12-hour days, whereas in Italy they do 10-hour days, but they work Saturday as well, so you just get the Sunday off. But yeah, that's pretty much the only difference I found.
Oh, good to have Sunday off.
Yes, the Sabbath.
All right, so Giacomo, we're going to move on. You're going to help me with this next interview. We've got... joining us today is Anna Maria Morelli. Do we have Anna Maria on Zoom? Anna Maria.
Hello.
Buonasera,
Hello.
Anna Maria.
Buonasera.
Buonasera.
Anna Maria is a producer with years and years of experience in TV and film industries. She's best known for having curated the film debuts of Italian directors such as Paolo Sorrentino and Dario Albertini. She's currently CEO of Elsinore Film and produced the film Amanda, which has been presented at several international festivals, including the Venice Film Festival and the Toronto International Film Festival, and with much success, auguri, Anna Maria. You're also experienced producer in collaborative ventures and co-production projects. And Anna Maria, we're going to show a clip of Amanda. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Amanda and set up this clip?
No, I am not. I don't know if I can just tell you something about Amanda.
Okay.
We were really very happy that Amanda was so well welcomed by a national and international audience, both in Venice and in Toronto. And I was listening to the interviews you made before, and I agree with you and with the other guests that often when we talk about Italy in co-production or in Italian movies or series, generally it happens that abroad they expect something that has to do with the beauty of Italy, arts and food, the cliche you were talking about. And I am very glad because, for example, Amanda is set in Turin, but you hardly would recognize that it is Turin. It is simply an Italian story, but it could be also another kind of story. So what is at stake here is the original voice of a young Italian woman who can express herself in a very modern, creative way that has to do with Italy, but also not with Italy. So I would like also to talk about this sort of opening up borders of nations about creativity.
Great, thank you. what's it like to co-produce in Italy? You've had lots of experience in.
Sorry, could you say, because I can't hear you very well?
What's your experience in co-producing and doing international co-productions with Italy and other countries? I know you've had lots of experience.
Yeah, we had some co-productions. In a way, I was more than co-producer. I was a commission editor when I was in Team Vision of series like Killing Eve. And for the international stuff, we tried to co-produce with Tandem and Team Vision for a series that actually at the end we couldn't do it. Another experience I could tell you is about The Brilliant Friend. It was a co-production between RAI and the Team Vision and the English people and so on. My experience at the moment is more on developing with the French partnership more than American, because at this moment I'm developing with the Studio Canal. And we are working on some Italian series we hope can really travel abroad. I really think that what is important, because when I started to work so many years ago, I remember that the idea at the base of co-production was to have, I don't know, an Italian actor, an American actor, a German actor, you know, we call it a sort of international acting co-production. But now it's not like this. And I am really happy because I think that we are able to create films or series in which people work together, not only because of the nationality of the talent, but because the stories together can grow up in a different way.
That's a good point. Giacomo, do you have a question for Anna Maria? Anything you'd like to ask her?
Well, no, I just like that point that she said in terms of that it's not just because we're both funding this thing that we're working together, but there's actually a real, organic tie between our countries and the stories that we're telling, which will only be enriched by having these two different countries and producers from those countries working together. So I really appreciate that point.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's moving away from what used to be the Euro pudding model, right, where you got people from all different territories, put them all in the same film, hoping that it would sell internationally. I think the market's changed considerably, hasn't it?
And the audience has changed as well.
Yeah, it's become much more sophisticated.
Yeah.
Anna Maria, what are the advantages in international co-production from your perspective? I know that that with France there are a lot of national funds that you can access. But are there other advantages to co-productions from your perspective?
Of course, from the European point of view, for an example, if you are, but these are things that I think a lot of colleagues that are also there, they can tell you. For an example, you can have access to some funds if you are more than 3 countries involved. And this is for an European fund. Also in Italy, you have, for example, Lazio International, but maybe there are some guests there that we also can tell them. It's very important because if they imagine at the same time, I like the word that was used before, the organic collaboration between at least 2 people. So in this moment with the European funds, some national funds, and of course, as everybody knows, there is in Italy the tax credit that is a very good financial help to make films, feature films and series. I think it's a very good moment for people to cooperate because also the funding of the projects are much easier and they are sustained economically if you are more than one nation involved. So this is, I don't know if I answered your question.
No, it's perfect. Now, speaking of international co-production, I believe that Anna Maria hasn't done a co-production with Canada yet.
Yeah, I would like to make it. I would like to make it. No, really. I remember that I had a talk with some people from Braun some years ago, but next time I will come and I will really like to cooperate with you as well. First of all, let me also, because I didn't did it before, thank you for having invited me to this roundtable. It is very interesting and stimulating for all of us.
Well, thank you for joining us. And, you know, if you stick around, there will be a representative from Braun Studios. And I know we have a studio full of people with great ideas for Italian-Canadian co-productions. So please do stick around. Final word? Final, Giacomo, would you like to say anything to Anna Maria?
Maybe your first Canadian co-production can be with me. We could do it together.
Oh yeah, it would be great. It would be great, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so you've got your lead. You're already one step towards an international co-production. Thank you very much, Anna Maria. Please,
ciao, Anna Maria.
Let's have a round of applause for Anna Maria. And thank you very much. Okay, so now what are we doing next? I've got to flip my page. Oh, I get it. All right. Don't want to lose my spot. This is where I thank you. Are you going to stick around for the rest of the morning? Or oh, we are. Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you and good luck with everything. And I think we should follow up with Anna Maria right afterwards. I know. And I'm between jobs right now myself. So
makes two of us.
Okay. I know what it's like. Thank you very much. Let's have
Thank
a
you,
round of
guys.
applause for
Thank you, guys.
Giacomo Giannotti. Grazie, Giacomo. All right. Now with us from Italy and British Columbia, we have the producers and director of the hit spaghetti western series, That Dirty Black Bag, available on Prime Video and distributed by AMC Networks. But first, let's watch a trailer of the show, That Dirty Black Bag. Roll the clip, please.
I'm looking for a fella carries a Bowie knife with an eye carved into the handle. I don't know anyone like that. If you had, I might have let you live.
Oh, that was a short clip. Okay, caught me by surprise. All right, joining us, three people from this production are joining us on Zoom. The first is Stephen Thibault. He's the Chief Operating Officer of Braun Studios and producer of That Dirty Black Bag. Stephen, welcome. Nicola Serra, co-CEO at Palomar and producer of That Dirty Black Bag. Welcome, Nicola.
Hi. Ciao, very nice to share this morning with you.
And Mauro Aragoni, director of That Dirty Black Bag. Let's have a round of applause for our new pitching panel.
Hi, guys.
Hi. And here interpreting for Mauro Aragoni is Carlo Cohen. He's the director of programming at the ICFF and University Professor of Italian Studies. Thank you, Carlo. I don't know if you're on screen or not. All right.
Glad to be here.
Great.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Let's see. Do we have you on Zoom? Okay, Stephen, the first question is to you. And the question is, what drew Braun Studios to this production, to this series?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good, perfect. One of my colleagues, David Davoli, who has moved on to bigger and wider pastures. He and Nicola struck up a conversation at some point in their travels, and so they became enamored with this project, and so David brought it to Braun, and in his role as our president of television at the time, and that's how we came together.
And were there particular incentives in the Italian-Canadian co-production scheme that made it attractive to you?
Technically, we didn't do it as a Canadian-Italian co-pro. We just happened to be Canadian and they happened to be Italian for this particular production. But, you know, I have done quite a few international treaty co-productions in my time as a Canadian producer. Clearly, this would have been one of those that could have fit that process easily. But one of the things that we really wanted to do is capture the essence of this project as a true spaghetti Western. And so that's why it was created in Italy and not in Canada.
All right. And Nicola, how was working with Braun Studios from your perspective?
Do you want me to translate that?
Be nice. Be nice.
We know each other since a long time, so, you know, I cannot say lies at all. No, it has been great, and it's been a very long journey.
Oh, you've just cut out. Your image froze. Nicola, are you there?
Is it okay now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, please.
Yeah, maybe the connection, sorry.
All right.
I was saying that we had really a great journey together. You know, the structure of this project is a little bit different because it's a project that was immediately thought for the international market and for US. So the first partner we sold the project was AMC. It was already in English language, so it was a very particular structure. We partnered on the basis of a very strong script. We had the privilege to work on the writing phase for 2-3 years. It's not common, obviously. But with this privilege, I think we did a very strong job in this kind of creative moment, and this gave us a strong advantage. So on the basis of this script, thanks to the idea of Mauro Aragoni and the work of him with the other writers, we immediately have been able to convince from an artistic point of view and to involve great talents, to involve obviously Braun on the project. And we started to create the production, to think about the shooting that we split in Italy, Morocco, and Spain to create a unique universe. So, you know, from my point of view, when you have a great writing, you are already 70% on your path. And we had this kind of privilege. So everything started from there. And we tried, we tried to combine let's say the tradition of the spaghetti Western, that is an Italian, obviously, footprint, that has an Italian strong footprint with some more modern elements in order to make it more actual and more unexpected. And I think this formula worked.
And when you went to AMC Networks, how did you pitch it to them? What was the original pitch that they came in? Obviously enthusiastic, they came in right away.
I think once more it was the writing. So we basically sent them all the scripts because we developed all the scripts. We were very confident. We cannot do this all the times, but this time we were very confident. So we completed all the scripts. We sent to them, and also we had a great cast attached. Dominic Cooper, Douglas Wood, Travis Fimmel, Neve Sultan. So, you know, the package was very convincing, but once more was the script, our key tool.
Right, well, that's quite a convincing package. So how did you finance the development, the writing of the scripts and the development of the package?
Another time, this is quite unique because we financed it by equity. So it was Palomar and Braun.
Oh, equity financing?
Yeah.
So
our own companies financed all the development. And That's why we had the privilege to have some time to work and you know, go a little bit deeper in the writing phase, and this gave an advantage later on in the path.
Great.
So it was equity.
Yeah, that must be fantastic not to have to go chasing around funding,
Yeah.
just getting the investment. Obviously, an attractive pitch package for the streamer and the platform.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and sometimes you don't sleep really well because it's very risky, but it's fantastic.
Great. And Mauro Aragoni.
Hi.
Hi.
Mauro, do I have to translate all this in English, or is it okay for you?
I don't know something, but sorry for my English. Not is the best for this. I asked to help to Carlo, but anyway. But just I prefer maybe speaking Italian for some.
Sì, l'italiano va bene. Abbiamo la traduzione. Bene. So, but I will ask the question in English for the audience here. I've heard the reference to this genre over and over again this morning as the spaghetti western, and I'm old enough to going to the premiere of the first time the spaghetti westerns were popular. I think in the late 60s and 70s. What do you think of the term spaghetti western? Does that describe what you're doing with that dirty black bag?
What I think about spaghetti western.
The terms, a spaghetti western as opposed to just a western.
I agree with you. It's a very old genre, and the thing of the dirty black bag is strange because born from a horror movie. The first project was an horror movie, then become a spaghetti western because it's a mix of genre, and also for this is interesting, and I think also the first spaghetti western of the world was like this. Sergio Leone was create the spaghetti western with a lot of violence and a lot of very real violence that the western in the past was not really violence. So anyway, now the western. Sorry, I go in Italian.
Sì, se preferisce parlare in italiano, abbiamo un traduttore. Davanti.
It's difficult.
Sì, capisco bene. Dai.
Yeah, ok. Quindi, io sono molto giovane per fare spaghetti western. In realtà, io ho amato gli spaghetti western grazie a mio padre, perché me li ha fatti vedere da quando avevo 9 anni. Quindi sono cresciuto con gli spaghetti western ed è molto strano fare questo genere per un ragazzo, diciamo, della mia età. Ma li amo proprio per per il realismo che hanno e la crudeltà che hanno quando si affacciano sulle storie. Ed è la cosa che ha fatto del genere il loro tono. Insomma, la cosa assurda è che comunque quando io ho iniziato questo progetto con una serie web che ha vinto dei premi a Los Angeles e ha avuto interesse, e ringrazio tantissimo Nicola Serra e Carlo degli Esposti per questo, di sviluppare una serie internazionale. Ma all'inizio eravamo da soli, eravamo io e gli italiani.
Sì, adesso abbiamo bisogno di traduzione. Carlo, the spectatori.
Here I am. Okay, so I am very young, so to make a spaghetti western film, you know, actually is a genre I have really loved, and I owe that to my father. And since I was 9 years of age, he brought me to these films, and so I grew up with these films in me. It is quite odd. Because I love them because of their realism and because of the cruelty shown in these films, in the stories. And this is what also, you know, establishes the tone of the entire genre. It might sound quite absurd, but I started with a web series which got awards in LA, and for that I'm really, really grateful to Nicola Serra and Carlo degli Esposti, because we started alone. We started the project really only us, you know, and then it developed, of course, and we are waiting for the next round of
È magicamente diventato quello che è adesso questa serie internazionale, insomma, siamo felicissimi, io sono onorato di questo, di quello che abbiamo fatto tutti insieme. Con Nicola, lo diceva prima, ha unito grandi talenti da PJ Dillon, Marcello Izzo, Silvia Breul, Fabio Paladini, tutti gli attori, Travis Fimmel, è stato grandioso. E girare soprattutto il mix, siamo riusciti insomma a fare quello che lo spaghetti western è di base, e infatti siamo andati a girare, non c'è spaghetti western perfetto se non lo mischi con la Spagna, l'Italia, l'America e in questo caso il Canada, ed è stato fantastico girare negli stessi set di Sergio Leone, omaggiarli in qualche modo.
Bene. Carlo, traduzione per piacere.
Well, so that was really magical. We were so happy. We were all very, very happy. And I'm really proud and honored to have worked together on this project. Also because of the great talents we managed to recruit, the actors, and of course, all the names of the actors have been uttered, of course. And also the shooting was extremely stimulating and great, because to shoot in the same locations where all films made by Sergio Leone, which are the base of the Italian West and Spain, Italy, and of course, with a touch of America, in this case, of course, Canada. Well, to shoot on the same sets, on the same locations, has also been a homage paid to Sergio Leone and his legacy.
Great, thank you. And I'd like to go back to you, Stephen Braun. Stephen, you obviously were asked to invest upfront on a whole set of scripts before getting an order from a platform. What was it about Palomar and Nicolo and Mauro that made you take the risk on commissioning a whole set of scripts, investing in them?
Well, it really does go back to the scripts. It's the same thing Nicola said. It all starts with those scripts. They were incredible from the beginning, and when you get a script of that strength and you can leverage quite a few sleepless nights in putting some of your equity into that, because you know that they're going to pan out. It was a very, very strong package. On top of that, we felt that based on the scripts, we could really get some extremely strong talent, which we did. So yeah, it was kind of a no-brainer if you want to put it that way.
And how involved are you or Braun Studios in the development of the scripts themselves?
So the Nicola is our primary producer. He led the whole charge with his incredible team, obviously. And I know that Davoli, David was part of the creative side alongside with Nicola in some ways. So, you know, for the most part, I would say that Palomar was the primary and the driving force behind the scripts. It originated with them, and we came in a little bit later after they've conceptualized.
So a lot of this has to do with the fact that you trust Palomar and you left them to be the lead in developing the scripts. And so it's your comfort level with Palomar?
Oh my God, yes. So, I mean, ironically, I was just at a different festival this past weekend, and one of the big questions everyone kept asking about co-producing was, you know, how do you get into it? And you know, how do you trust a second producer, and with, you know, assets that you're on the line, that your company's on the line for as well. And the truth is, if you know, you have to treat it very much like a relationship, and you need to do it pretty quickly and learn about each other fairly quickly. And that the ability for you to trust your partner to do what they are really good at is paramount. So in this case, Nicola and Patricia they have an incredible pedigree in film and television, and so it was a no-brainer.
And had you done work with Palomar before, or with Nicola?
No, this is our first time dating, but we're going to keep dating.
How did you meet? How did you meet?
Nicola, how did you meet David? Because I don't know.
I think we met somewhere, I think in France, in Cannes maybe, and we spoke about this passion for the spaghetti western, the project. And I think it was very important, the collaboration. First of all, it's a very fair partnership, it's a 50-50. So everything was shared 50-50 from an artistic point of view, from a financial point of view. And the fact to have Canadian partner with a more, let's say, Canadian-US angle for the taste of the audience was very important, because we worked on the first scripts with this kind of attitude, trying, to check all the boxes, and this kind of filter for us was also very important in the editorial phase. So I think it was a really good combination from the beginning.
Right. So the fact that Braun was Canadian and have their finger on the the pulse of a North American audience was really important to you.
Absolutely. And we used this kind of experience during the finalization of the scripts, and this was very important to get to the final result.
And I think vice versa, right? It's also important to not be making an American project in Italy either. So keeping that truth of the spaghetti western and the tone is extremely important for that project. And so finding that balance is really what we tried to do.
That idea of authenticity has come up several times this morning in terms of using Italy more than just a backdrop, but really absorbing the culture, incorporating it into the very fabric of the film. So, Nicola, you decided to invest in all the scripts before getting an order from a platform. What kind of pitch did you get from Mauro that convinced you he was the right person and this was the right project for Palomar?
It was a very simple meeting during the lunch, and he told me about his idea. He showed me some elements of his web series, and we started to think how to do, and also to do. It was like a chain of enthusiasm. You start to talk about one thing and then another and then another, and suddenly you realize that maybe you could do a TV series from that first seed. And so it was, a very normal meeting in a Roman restaurant of 2 hours. And we started from there, involving other two great writers. Yeah. Maybe some wine helped too, but
wine, pasta.
Do this crazy...
Maybe too much wine.
Never too much wine.
Obviously, just enough wine.
No, but yeah, it was there was a mutual understanding from an instinct point of view, and this was the basis of our collaboration.
So, Mauro, that meeting, did you go in to pitch Nicola specifically on this series, or did you have a whole bunch of ideas that you had on your mind?
Sorry, Carlo, can you...
Sì, sei ripreparato all'incontro, te lo sei preparato prima oppure...
No, never. Also this meeting, I'm not... No, every time I prefer the nature for speaking. Is the best for me. Never...
And can you remember what the pitch was? How you went in there and what it was that you pitched? Did you just go in and say, I want to do a spaghetti western? Or did it change over time?
Come sei andato all'incontro? Cioè sei andato lì direttamente, voglio fare uno spaghetti western, oppure ci sei arrivato, diciamo così, da lontano, se vogliamo, insomma.
No, Nicola want to do a spaghetti western. Was interesting to do a spaghetti western, but anyway, I arrived from an island in Italy, Sardinia, and I arrived with my t-shirt, like summer t-shirt.
He showed me his web series, his mobile phone, And I told him, it's great, but I think we can do a little bit better, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yes.
So how much
And,
collaboration went on between you in terms of developing the scripts?
Quanto collaborazione c'è stata tra voi nel
a lot with Nicola.
migliorare
From the script, no, from the beginning. He trusted me from the beginning, and so was a long road together, and beautiful for me, also for my life, and was a really good experience. Anyway, from the beginning, we chose together also the other writers, Marcello Izzo and Silvia Breul, and we create a crew. And maybe in 2 years, 3 years, we finished the script. Nicola, how many times? It was a lot.
Yeah, let's say there was a long phase of brainstorming, 6 months, that, again, is not usual. And then in 2 years and something, we completed all the scripts with 3 or 4. We also included an Irish writer for a final polish for the language and the dialogues, because obviously no one of us, most of all, no one of the writers, is a natural English language writer. So we needed this kind of final help too. So it was a big team at the end.
Will there be a season 2?
We are writing, so we hope.
Are you investing in this writing on your own again?
Not 3 years. This time,
no, not 3 years.
a little less time this time. Yes, but yes, we are investing in the scripts ourselves.
Yeah, it takes, you get less time to do the second series. Well, we're just about up for time, and I want to thank Stephen, Nicola, and Mauro. Would you please join me in giving them a round of applause? Grazie.
Thank you.
Grazie,
Thank you so much.
mille grazie.
Grazie, ragazzi.
Buonasera.
Buonasera.
And good morning to you, Stephen, out on the West Coast, my hometown. All right.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. We're going to our last co-production focus for the day. But first, let me introduce the industry expert that will moderate with me on this segment. She's the executive producer of ETV Films, Inc., a Canadian production company located right here at Pinewood, Toronto Studios. In her slate of films, she's produced the Italian-Canadian feature Compulsion, a film that went on to gain international recognition. Hi, welcome. Let's have a round of applause for Moira Romano. Ciao, benvenuto. And I believe, shall we kick it off with the trailer? We have a trailer for the film? Or for the, yes, let's show the trailer. It's a short trailer. All right. Thank you. Moira?
Buongiorno. Good morning. So nice to have everyone here at the ICFF Industry Day, which is now, I believe, in its 10th year. So we're really excited to have such a distinguished participant group of filmmakers from around the world. And so I think we're going to be talking to the film producers for the Lamborghini movie, and I'm just wondering where they are.
Well, we've got Bobby Moresco is on Zoom. I believe Mira Sorvino, I think, I'm not sure, she's going to be in a trailer maybe, I'm not quite clear, but I know Bobby Moresco on Zoom.
And is Andrea?
And Andrea, I thought, was going to be here, Andrea Iervolini. Oh, and Mira Sorvini's
excellent.
Here, oh my goodness. There they are. Let's welcome them onto the stage. Wow, I'm surprised. Ciao. Ciao, benvenuto. I'm surprised that you're here. Good to see you. Big fan of your work. Hi, welcome.
It's so nice to have you back, Andrea, and it's so nice to have you here, Mira, for such an exciting event. And so Andrea Ervolino has been here many times, and he's one of our superstars, actually, having really been a part of ICFF since its launch, and that would have been over 12 years ago, and now risen to great heights as an international film producer with Ambi Productions and Lady Monica Bacardi. So congratulations, Andrea.
Thank you very much.
And,
it's a pleasure to be here.
So
back at home. I'm back at home.
I'm going to jump right into the questions, and I'm going to start with you, Andrea. So how did this production opportunity come to you, and why were you interested in doing this movie at this time?
You know, the unique thing is this movie, the production started actually here, because I was here in Canada, and one person who worked for my office here at that time, he told me, oh, you know, there is a book wrote by Tonino Lamborghini and about his father. And I say, I didn't know about this book. So this is a sad thing that Italians from Italy, we don't know about something which people then outside of Italy know. So I say, this is a great idea. And basically, 2 months later, I was in Venice for a movie, and I invited Tonino to come, and I say, I want to do this movie immediately. So, and then we started this long process. So it was not easy, because when you touch the story of somebody told by his son, and there is a lot of emotion attached, and so you want to do a movie which is real, so which is the real life, but also you don't want to offend the family in the same time, because sometimes in a big family it's easy to touch things which they don't like, but maybe in a movie you have to do, because you need to make a good movie. So the good thing is when Tonino watched the movie for the first time with me, and I was next to him, he was all the time crying. I say, okay, these are good things. And so the movie, in the way he could watch the movie, we had a lot of notes after. So I was really happy that came out a good movie, and Tonino says 95% real, so it's the real story. So that's it. So the movie was born in Canada.
That's wonderful to discover.
Moira, if I can interrupt a second, I'm here. So first of all, thank you so much, Andrea. First of all, because you're here, but the most important thing, because you brought Mira Sorvino in Toronto, so thank you very, very much. It is a miracle for us. And second of all, I'd like to show the trailer of the movie, so the people that haven't seen it, because it was difficult, we are going to have the theatrical premiere tonight, they can have a taste of what Lamborghini movie is.
The world has changed. I want the world to never forget my name. Our name.
Signor Ferrari, in my opinion, you make the best cars in the world. But with all my Ferraris, there is a problem. The clutch. I have a solution. If you consider a partnership, Ferrari, Lamborghini. Go back to your tractors, farmer.
What are you thinking?
Thinking of a car that doesn't exist yet. One that is as strong and powerful and as unforgettable as the bull. I'm going to build it. How long will it take?
Can't be done.
If it doesn't work, we'll lose everything.
You want me to be like everyone else? It's not impossible until we fail. In 6 months in Geneva, people will be looking for the next Ferrari. What they will find is the first Lamborghini.
That's something new. I don't know if this would work.
Well, that certainly put us in the mood. there are always challenges with making a major production like this. Could you just address maybe some of the most interesting ones that you had on the way to completing the film?
You know, this movie was not easy to finish because at one point, maybe somebody of you knew because I saw some friend here, which was also involved in the movie in some way. So what did happen? We had an actor in the movie which need to play the lead role, and then this actor had improvisely a health issue, and so we did the first part of the movie with the young Lamborghini, with basically an actor thinking the other actor will play the old Lamborghini, will be that face, and actually then we shot. We were only able to shoot the first part. So, and then this actor had this health issue, he was not able to work for months, and then when we were able to start again, basically COVID arrived, so we were not able to shoot anymore, and then at one point we were trying to find a new slot to finish the movie. That actor is a very good friend of mine. We did 4 movies together, and but at one point I say I had to do the movie in this day, in this month, in this way. So I say, so I had to leave you. Sorry about that, no? But we are very good friends. So this movie took, because of this, between this situation and the COVID, we were basically for 2 years with a part of the movie shot and a part of the movie no. So, you know, when you buy rights, as you know, they also expire, no? At one point. So, and if we didn't complete the movie in a specific time, then the right expire, and something happened. So, you know, this was not easy at all. But in general, it should be much more easier, no, than this thing. Financially, you know, I like to do challenging things, no, things which are very difficult to put together, because as you know, in the independent industry, when you produce a movie, if you start put a lot of equity in movie, you take a big risk. Many times, maybe you are not able to recoup the money after, maybe you can recoup the money after a long time. So financially, when you do a movie like this, or we did now recently another movie about the Ferrari life story, which cost $90 million almost. And so, you know, this type of movie are not easy because the risk is super big. And now, big company, Universal, Disney, they can do movie for basically hundreds of millions, and they can do a mistake eventually. We cannot do that. One $100 million mistake can put our company in a very difficult position. And I did 85 movies until now in my life, and sometimes I did a mistake. So do a movie like that. I think the first things which you need to do, you need to put a little equity, but you need to be able to cover yourself, as all of us we do, no, with international sales, and try to sell the movie as much as you can upfront. And this is what we have done for this movie. And then on the artistic point of view, you need to have the best. So when you are lucky, when you have such a good cast and very, amazing actor. So this is also a way now to have the sort of a movie, a true, no?
Well, I have a question for you, Mira. What was this experience? What was the experience like for you?
I loved it. I had met Andrea and Lady Monica at the ICFF Film Festival a few years back, and they had presented me with an award actually at like 1 a.m. because those ceremonies take place very, very late. And liked them very much, but had never worked with them before. And then Bruno Rosato, who is, I don't know if he's here today. Is he here?
No.
No, okay, but he's a Canadian and Italian casting director, and he called me and said, would you be interested in doing this film about the life of Lamborghini, and you'd be playing his wife Anita, and I read the script and I liked it a lot, and Anita's not a huge role, especially because it's divided into young and old, but she's important, and I think she is the kind of balance to him and kind of his Socratic gadfly, and there's a feeling in it to me of the scenes between Anita and Ferruccio that it's like the classic Italian marriage relationship, fraught, but there's love and passion, but there's a lot of problems too, and I loved playing that. I felt like I was in almost like an old movie, like an old Sophie Loren movie or something. I loved that. And working with Bobby was great, and working with sweet Frank Grillo was fantastic. He's really a wonderful guy. The interesting challenge was because they had already shot the young characters, so I was taking over a role that had been originated by a young Italian actress. So I actually had to seem like I was the grown-up version of her rather than the other way around, which usually would have been like the main older characters be cast first and then the young person be cast to match the older person. So I asked her to record my lines without any performance, just so I could hear her particular accent, because my voice had to sound like hers, which was interesting because her Italian accent was very different from any that I had ever played or heard, and was very small, actually, because I'm sure she's an actress and works to get rid of her accent, But it was a fun part of the challenge. Working with Bobby was wonderful. He's a wonderful actor's director. And being in Rome was like icing on the cake because, being an Italo-American, I just love living and working in Italy. It makes me so happy. And then after we were done shooting, Andrea was very kind to actually sort of send me and my husband on a little trip to one of the areas that my forebears are from in Molise. And we drove to 2 towns in Molise, Casa Calenda and Santa Croce di Magliano, and found some local guides who knew the history. And actually, I already had some information about my family, and we ended up being able to see the house that my great-great-grandmother died in and that my great-grandfather was born in, that I knew when I was a little girl. And it was very emotional. We have relatives still in Napoli, but in Molise, that was kind of undiscovered country for us, and I was so grateful that you encouraged me to go on that little route-finding trip that was happier than the one in White Lotus, if anybody has seen the latest episode.
Mira, I was going to ask you, did you have an opportunity to get really close to the Lamborghini, go to the factory, and what was your research in that world?
Well, we built a Lamborghini factory. It's not the real Lamborghini factory. I'm not even sure that the original one still exists. So, I don't know if people know that, the company changed hands. We see that in the movie. It's part of his journey. And so, no, I did not get to go to the real Lamborghini factory, which would have been really fun. Yeah, I have a great admiration for the cars and the artistry. And I think that one of the things the film encapsulates is that uniquely Italian spirit of great artistry, of doing something with your life that really will, live on past you. This nobility of the art, of the work that I believe my father gave me. There was always this incredible dedication to the craft of acting that if you really did it with your whole heart and all of your work and your research and your being true in every moment, that it was elevated to something noble. There was a concept of having to do something noble with your work. And I think Ferruccio is the exemplar of that. But I think it is, not the only country that has this, but I do think this is part of our Italian legacy as humans, that we aspire to something beautiful and great. Whether we hit it or not is another question. But Ferruccio's story is a man who pretty much will give up anything for that. And it was really neat to be a part of that story.
Well, speaking of Italian craftsmanship, I know we've got Bobby Moresco on Zoom, and I'd like to bring him in. Bobby, welcome.
Thank you. It was wonderful listening Samira talk about the movie and Andrea. So thank you. I was happy to be here.
And I'm wondering for you, what's it like working on what's the experience of an Italian-Canadian co-production? Is it different from other things you've done, the same?
It's my second movie with Andrea and shooting in Italy. I think the big difference is you find out that there's very little difference. We're kind of predestined to believe that the best crews in the world are New York and Los Angeles, and they are certainly good crews. But then you find out, you go to Rome, you find out they're great crews. They can do everything we do in New York and Los Angeles, and they can do it as well. Maybe not better, but as well. So for me, that was the big surprise, that we've got great artisans working at every level of the production. That was really helpful. The second thing is the lunch. When we take lunch in Italy, we take lunch in Italy. So it was a bit of a surprise. But it turns out to be, again, something that works very, very well. You sit down for an hour, even though you're doing some work here, you're doing some work there, you're enjoying an hour out of your day, which we never do anywhere else in the world. That was pretty great. Those are the two main differences, except that, like New York, if you go to shoot in Rome, you can point the camera in any direction and get a fantastic shot, which is very, very unusual. There are only certain cities in the world where you can do that. New York is one, London maybe, certainly Rome, and a couple of others.
Do you have a lot of experience doing productions in Italy?
Well, this is the second I've finished. And Andrea and I are working on putting together one more next year. That would be the third.
Could I just ask you, tell us a little bit about how you focused on the look and the feel of the movie and what you wanted to emphasize in order to cover from 1945 to...
I'm sorry, who's that talking?
Sorry, this is Moira Romano.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good morning.
So I couldn't hear the question. Would you be kind enough to ask again?
Yes, I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about developing the look and feel of the movie and bringing it from 1945 up into the later decades.
Well, the really smart thing that Andrea did and the production company is while I was doing my research, they brought me out there for a couple of weeks and brought me up to Cento, brought me over to Bologna, brought me down to Rome, where all of these things actually took place earlier, but they took place. So seeing all of that created in my mind something really, really special and unique. I knew what I wanted to shoot to and write to. So that was really helpful. And then speaking to everyone who remembered Ferruccio, including the great Tony Rennis, getting specific thoughts from them on who he was, why he might have been who he was, why he might have done what he did, and then speaking to Tonino and the Lamborghini family is irreplaceable. And all of that fits into what you eventually think of as the look of the film and the reason for the film. So those are the big issues. And then, of course, there's this, look, we all understand what happened with Italy in the 1950s in movies. The world is indebted to it. So you can't just deny it. So there was a certain, when I talked to my production designer and my DP, I said, look, we don't want to try to copy anything. We don't want to try to live up to anything, but we can't be unaware of the fact there's a certain look that people remember of Rome in the 1950s, and we tried to be true to that. I hope that answers your question.
Fabulously. Apart from Ferruccio Lamborghini, why did you focus on the characters that you did? I'm sure there were a lot of other characters you could or couldn't have included. So expand a bit on that, please.
When you're doing the research for a movie like this, Andrea comes to me and says, I'd like to do the story of Ferruccio Lamborghini, which is a nice big idea. But then you have to find out, well, what is that story? So doing the research, somewhere along the way, it occurred to me that, oh, I understand. This is about someone post-World War II who encapsulates what the country was going through, meaning we were moving from a farming to an industrial nation. And he saw that coming, and he decided to disappoint his father, his family, his brothers, and start something new other than farming, which is all they had ever known, which makes him a visionary. And if he's a visionary, he's probably somewhat of a genius, which he proved himself to be. Now the question becomes, if you're not a genius like I'm not, how the hell do you get into the mind of a genius? Then you examine other things in that question, and the big one is, well, if you're a genius and you go after things that nobody else sees, what's the price paid for chasing dreams that no one else sees? And then you examine who are the people that have to pay the price for this person in their lives whom they love. And of course, Mira understood that completely in addressing the role of Anita. And because she, I think, her character pays a huge price and eventually decides not to pay it anymore. Lamborghini himself pays a huge price. The Lamborghini family pays a price. And the question that we end up with at the end of the movie is one that's expressed by the son, Tonino, is it worth it? And that's the idea that started to form in my mind in the writing of it. And so to answer your questions, if that's the idea that you're playing with in the writing, then those characters who are involved in the paying of the price for having someone in your life who's a genius, that's how you develop those guys. Make sense?
Absolutely. And so back to Mira for a minute. What sort of research were you doing to try and bring this wife into reality?
Well, I read as much as I could about her, and we actually had a lovely dinner with Tonino, the real son who wrote the book, and he had some insight to her. I had spoken with him actually via FaceTime before that, before I actually tackled a bunch of the scenes to kind of better understand her, and he had very fond feelings towards her and described her also as a very strong woman that the company wouldn't have really survived without her, that she did all the books and that she was really this, kind of the practical one. But he had great love for her, even though she was not his biological mom. She raised him from a baby, and it's the only mother he ever knew. So I wanted to make her an admirable character, one with strength, but also with vulnerability. That the fine line, and Bobby and I discussed it, was that each scene is a bit of a conflict. And so I didn't want you to think of her as just this sort of harridan who just never gets Ferruccio, but that at a certain point, like as you watch the movie, you'll understand like the challenges she's dealing with. And at a certain point, the measure was full. And so that you have a build from your first scene where they have a kind of a conflict over the father not really paying enough attention to the son and dealing with his failing grades and everything, but she's trying to be charming. She's trying to do it with honey rather than vinegar. And then it starts, the problems in the marriage become greater, or her awareness of the problems in the marriage become greater. And you have this wonderful fight scene at the dinner table involving some bread, which I love. And then we have our kind of, final like confrontation at a beautiful nightclub setting, beautiful 1950s with the young Tony Rennis, actor playing Tony Rennis, singing Quando, 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 and it's such a beautiful setting, and then it's such a sort of tragic moment between the two characters. So, I just tried to bring her vulnerability and strength both there. Yeah.
And I thought she did it beautifully. I hope you guys do as well when you see the movie.
Thank you, Bobby.
I have one more question for Andrea. So while you were doing this, worldly things were changing, like box office as one of the basis for contracts. How did you manage to negotiate through all those contracts while that was going on? And how did you pivot in order to meet all the prerequisites for shooting during, pandemic mandates?
Yeah, this movie actually from day one was thought to be a movie for streamer and cinema streaming. But as we know now, the day-and-date distribution model in US they started is becoming now a normality a little bit everywhere, no? So on that point of view, we didn't have any challenge actually. So because we didn't need to change anything, and I'm happy because last week our movie was at the second position in the streaming, so it's going well, and I'm happy about that. And one thing which I would like to add on the story and the things is when when you are young, you start work early, you start do some gift to yourself. So at one point in my life, I bought a Ferrari for me, and I thought, and people was asking me why you didn't buy a Lamborghini. I say, I don't know, And then when this movie came and I started to understand the story, about the man behind, and I say, wow, I'm more a Lamborghini guy than a Ferrari guy. So then, by learning also the story of Ferrari, also he have an amazing story. But I appreciate the car via the man, And I think for all of us, which we have a dream, women or men, I think it's a good example to see how how much you need to believe on something also when things are going not well, because you will see in the movie it's so much challenge, and his wife was telling, no, you should not do that. So in the family also, because of course his wife was super worried about, and in fact she was right, because she lost his company. A strike came, and then he sold his company. So the point is, for me, doing this movie is and watching it again over and over, like tonight again, give me more power the day after to go to work and say, okay, now I want to do something bigger than yesterday, and I believe I can do that. And one thing which I did made me confused in life by understanding this story is how, because you see him in the movie in the end basically alone, and then you think about to achieve your goal, how much you should give up on your private life, and this is for me is a I cannot understand. So this movie get confusion on me on that. Because actually, me, I really believe in relationship, also in work, in family. I'm very Italian, old-fashioned. So I think it's a very good movie to watch. Also because of that, it's a life experience for all of us.
So Mira, from the just picking up on what you said, because this kind of is my period of my time in Italy and with my parents, going from agriculture to becoming machinists and the industrial age. But from the perspective of the character that you inhabited, was his dream worth it at the cost of his family?
Well, I always think there should be a way to have both, or to make compromises so that you can keep both. Maybe you don't get as high, or, but you keep both, because ultimately the real gold in life is family to me, and love. Love is the most important thing, not achievement. But obviously, I've also been a very high-achieving person. So there has to be some kind of work-life balance. And I think, part of his issue, which we see, is that he's kind of got a wandering eye, So I think had he not been interested in other women all the time, that he could have kept the family together a little better. But also you see that beautiful, sad scene towards the end with the son having dinner with him at the table. And I think by this point, Anita has passed on, too, because I think she died before he did. And that song, Cats in the Cradle, that kept going through my head when I was watching it, that basically the son is keeping the father a little bit at arm's length because he was never really that invested or there for him when he was young. And that is a tragedy to me. That's tragic, even though his professional arc was, largely a success. That's really tragic when you don't have that relationship with your children as you're entering your golden years.
Great. Andrea, will you keep doing Italian-Canadian co-productions?
Yeah, this is one of my goals. Yeah, is absolutely. So if you have any movie, let's speak about, no?
All right. So you're open. The Lamborghini is having its premiere at TIFF Bell Lightbox this evening. You'll be there, both of you. Fantastic. So I hope you'll be able to join us there. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you to Bobby Moresco online. Thank you, Bobby. Andrea, Mira, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Moira, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks.
And thank you, Moira. Thank you, Rudy, to moderate this panel. And of course, again, thank you, Andrea, for the mission that you decide to have to unite Italy and Canada, US and Italy. And this is exactly what is the mission of ICFF. So thanks again, Andrea Iervolino, of course, the superstar Mira Sorvino here in Toronto for the premiere tonight. So, Rudy, I think that we have some other Italian-Canadian producers coming on board, not from Toronto, but even from your coast. Yeah, coming over there. Tony told me to not pass close to the speaker. Sorry, Tony. You said that at 3 sorry I'm out, so this is the first. Okay, so I have to say that we have few distributors that were part of this conference. I'd like to really acknowledge the presence of an incredible company that is Intra Movies. Paola Corvino is the incredible head of this company that make possible to have many Italian movies travel around the world, and of course Canada. Attilio De Razza was online until a few minutes ago. Is a producer of movies that range from comedies to drama, and I have to be honest, is now the incredible engine that is bringing Italian audience again into the movie theaters. Is with the last few movies that he made, that produced, he managed to have the most audience in theater, and so he's a great producer. That he was here with us a few years ago and at the conference presence. And Groenlandia also is a production company that I'd like to acknowledge today with Francesca Qualbo. Again, many movies that this Groenlandia produced were able to arrive to Canada on streaming and on theaters too. So again, big audience, because you can see that we filled the stage 10, but there are 500, 600 people watching us right now on YouTube. So again, all filmmakers and industry, I think that is a great success for now, for the first day. So Rudy.
Great. So this is where we introduce Francesca Qualbo.
No, Francesca is actually online. I don't know if
she's online.
Yeah, but I don't know if she's going to be able to participate live. But we have here on Okay, Paola Corvino is online. Paola, can you hear us? Okay, Paola. This conference is regarding, of course, having more Italian movies to Canada. Tell me a little bit what is your perspective, and also after the pandemic, what changed, what is harder to do your job?
Well, I would like very much for Italian movies to be more Italian movies in Canada, but that would mean that we would need more Canadian distributors to get interested into the Italian movies. And it's not been very easy as of late. And also sometimes what we do, we manage to have an American distributor who will pick up also the Canadian rights. And this is happening more and more. Whilst a few years ago, we used to have also movies that would go to Canadian cinemas and not necessarily to the United States ones. I would very much like to change this, but at the moment I don't have a receipt for it, and I'm studying.
Okay. So do you think that, we have seen many Italian series, TV series, now going on the major main streaming platforms like Netflix and Amazon here in North America, or even movies, feature films. Of course, we have seen an increase of the titles.
You are talking, but I cannot hear you.
Okay. Okay, Paola. So I think that, can you hear us now? Okay, Rudy, we can continue with probably Dom Kutrupi if she cannot hear.
Oh, right. Is Francesca Qualbo? Francesca, are you on Zoom?
No, Dom Kutrupi.
Oh, she's here?
Dom Kutrupi is here in the studio.
Oh, okay.
So I'd like to introduce Dom Kutrupi, producer, Italian-Canadian, and he's here, of course, presenting, please. So, all the way from Vancouver.
Yes.
Your movie just started to be distributed.
Yeah, we distributed last month, we started.
Okay,
yeah.
Tell me a little bit about, first of all, your story, because this is your first feature film.
Yes, I moved from Italy to Vancouver, British Columbia, 12 years ago, roughly, and to pursue a career in filmmaking. And after 12 years of trying, doing shorts, doing all sorts of things that directors trying to do, I was able to make my first feature films, which is a sci-fi thriller about immigration based on my experience.
I stop you here because
yes.
I think that we have a trailer for that movie. What's
yeah.
the title?
It's The Residents of Arcadia.
No. We have the B-roll.
Oh, it's a B-roll. Yeah, it's fine.
So you can talk about the movie
yeah,
when we watch the movie.
Yeah, it's a story is lightly based on my experience as an immigrant from Italy to Canada. It's the story of an Italian immigrant and an Indian immigrant that moved to Canada trying to find the ideal life that many immigrants look for. But it's also, there is a sci-fi spin and a couple of twists that obviously I won't reveal. So we got lucky enough to get a few distribution deals, and at the end we went with the Good Deed Entertainment. They released the film on Amazon and Apple TV last month. And now I'm already involved in my second feature film, which is called Lola Dust. And it's a film about deepfake technology and fake news and media manipulation. That one, I think we have a trailer.
Okay.
Which is a trailer that almost nobody watched, so it's kind of an exclusive here. Yeah. We literally finished it like a month ago.
Hi, my name is Nadia. You've seen my face on TV recently. I had a wig on me, and my name was Lola Dust. I just booked an indie short.
Where'd you get that from?
I don't know, it must have been the audition 2 weeks ago.
Are you a little nervous?
A little.
So, what's this film about?
I get to wear a wig, speak with a British accent, and be all flirtatious. An NDA, I barely know what this scene is about.
It's standard procedure.
So tell me a little bit about it.
So this film, we started from the premise of deepfake technology. For people who don't know, it's when it's this algorithm, this program where people take features of your face and put it on actors, on other people. There are a lot of Tom Cruise famous videos on YouTube. You guys can check it out. So it follows the story of an actress that get involved in a political scandal, and because of it, she get her features taken and used to create this fictional character called Lola Dust, who starts spreading misinformation and fake news, and for that becomes an internet celebrity, destroying the life of the actress in the process. So yeah, it's a film about the fake reality of our media landscape, and now it's really hard to sometimes define what is real and what is not. So we shot roughly 30% of the film already to create promos and trailers, and now we are looking for a partnership, a financial partnership and a financier to come and join us to complete the film. So yeah.
Okay, so I think that this is our first pitch of Industry Day. I think that is a great one, and good luck. I've seen the incredible job that you have done with the previous movie, and the incredible energy that you have in creating from scratch an important company in BC and now worldwide. I know that you're also a writer.
Yes, yes, I'm a published writer, yes.
You publish a few books. Have you
Yeah.
ever, you have how many, 3?
It's a series of 5.
5.
But I need a lot of money to do that because it's historical fantasy, so it's not really, I cannot do an indie
So
production.
we have to wait a couple of years.
Yeah, 2 or 3 years
Okay.
maybe.
You are going very fast. Thank you so much, Dom.
Thank you so much.
to be
Thank you
here
for
today
inviting me.
and be
Thank you,
part,
everybody.
of this industry day.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back on script here. All right, we're going to have some other pitches, although this is supposed to be the beginning of the formal pitches. It's their presentations. They're 5 minutes in totals. They're from some of the Italian delegates that are joining us here today, online and in person. And again, the pitches are 5 minutes, so please make those ideas, those minutes count. The first one up is Parsifal Riparato from Antropica. I'm pleased to virtually pass on to Parsifal, who's joining us online. And hi there you are. Hi, Parsifal, you've got 5 minutes. Over to you. Okay, we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, you're on now.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. So, 5 minutes to say I'm Parsifal Reparato from Antropica. It's a production company based in Italy, Roma, and also in Vietnam, Hanoi. And we, if you want to show our teaser, you can show in the while I speak. Okay, thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yeah. And we are focused on creative documentaries overall. And our focus is mainly about social issue and anthropological issue. We usually produce movies around the world, mainly in the Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, but we work also in South America, overall in Argentina and Cuba. And we are also executive producers. So we support international producers, and we'd like to co-produce with the Canadian producer, and we can support for executive in Italy, mainly in Roma and the south of Italy, but we can support over the country and also in Vietnam, just if you want to know that. And here is our teaser if you want to give a look. I don't know if you can give volume, just to know what's about us.
Okay.
And I don't know if there is volume there, or I can put it speak.
It's playing.
And you can go on our website to see our services that you can use in Italy, like equipment, fixer, crew, research, budgeting, permits, and everything. And I'm here also to introduce our project that is actually is a co-production between Italy and France, but we are looking for a third co-producer to support the project that we are developing in Vietnam. The project is being awarded already in several markets, like Sunny Side of the Dock as the best pitches, and also in Visione Incontra in Milano. And we got also Solina's Prize for the screenplay. And so actually we are in co-production with Little Big Story in France, and France Television is on board. But we really love to co-produce also with Canada. And there is also a significant Vietnamese community in Canada, so we hope to introduce our project there. And if you want to show us in the last minutes our teaser of the project. And if someone is interested to collaborate on our project, it would be great for us to talk more about how we develop there. And we have an exclusive access to the industrial zone in Vietnam because we work there with the Vietnamese institution from over 10 years. So we have a very unique access and very unique project about workers' rights and women workers' rights in Vietnam in foreigner factories. Factories like the biggest electronics factories all over the world, mainly produced by Samsung, LG, Apple, and it's a very interesting topic.
Thanks,
Thank
Parsifal.
you.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Parsifal. And for those that are interested in booking a meeting with Parsifal, for those of you in the room or online, you can always book a meeting by going to b2b@icff.ca and book your meeting. I know I have one with Riparato later this afternoon. So moving on to the next pitch is from Manuela Metri from Mediterranea Productions with some cool production projects. And here is Manuela. Oh, you're with us in person. Round of applause for Manuela.
Hi. I couldn't miss this opportunity. I think it's a fabulous idea to have ICFF. I didn't even know about it. Complimenti.
And it's good to be with people in person.
Yes, it is. Just before I came up, somebody said to me, well, this is kind of an Italian story, the story that I'm pitching, and I have a trailer for it. I think that when it comes to emotions and issues, there are no gender, no labels. So I think our story that talks about three sisters that have they've been separated when they were teenagers. They're brought back together by their father's will, which will give them their family villa in the south of Italy at a condition that they live together in the villa for 9 months. And otherwise, the villa will go to their much younger, much hated stepmother and their alleged son. So they will go through a lot of different troubles to embark on this journey and reopen the villa's old doors as well as their hearts. The story is narrated by an arrogant, very opinionated seagull, which is half animated and half real. The real one, his name is Piscopo, third generation in Rome. And if you'd like to see the trailer, then whatever else comes to mind. And I do have an appointment with you.
Oh, you have an appointment
Yes,
with me
I'm gonna
too?
stalk you.
Fantastic. Okay, so I definitely want to see the trailer. Please roll it.
Sex, lies, and me, a seagull waiting to get revenge. Forced to migrate to Rome. More people to poop on here. More weird food. Hey lady, what's for lunch? Then the news. The olive oil king died. He was nice. His daughters were bitches. Vicky was married to the office.
That's only the beginning. I came all the way from Rome for this. You got to show it all. It's 2 minutes.
Roll the rest of the clip. I'm anxious.
I hope that
you had me laughing.
I hope they have, please tell us a little bit more since they prepared the rest.
That was a seagull, and my actresses are actually very famous, popular actresses that I've directed in many plays. We really come from a theater background. Oh, there she is, Marisa Laurito. She's very famous.
Mia was fired from her soap opera.
Okay, we will play it again, I think.
More. The war over the will begins. The kid brother and the stepmom get everything except the ancient villa by the sea. I follow them to Cariati. It was my hometown too. Revenge is a dish best served with cold fish.
Hey guys, I'm back. Save some fish heads for me.
The three sisters must live in that ruin for 9 months before they can sell it. Everyone is betting they'll kill each other first. They tried to kill me when I was an egg. But I survived to return to the scene of the crime, where their fisherman neighbor, Pietro, once the oldest sister's lover, has tended the villa garden for 40 years. He'll fight her in court, claiming adverse possession. The battle heats up when Pietro's granddaughter and the sister's teen brother fall in love, and the stepmom plots with the super-rich American to demolish the villa and create a spa. But the American really wants the priceless codex she believes is buried in the villa backyard. Everyone spies on everyone else. The town, all Italy, and global environmentalists take sides. Lunch is served. Then, a precious coin falls from heaven. God will decide.
Sono miracolato! Sono miracolato!
Actually, I spit it out. Gold is bad for a seagull's digestion.
That's it?
Yes, that's it. And the reason why we're looking into Canada is because we actually have a couple of important connection with Canada in the sense of the story, the plot, and the characters. One of the girls, one of the young girls in the story is McGill's in Montreal, the university, and she is, her boyfriend, he's, I want to say this right, indigenous from First Nation from the community of Manitoba. So there's lots of different things that we are trying to put connections to put together. And basta, I've taken my 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you. First of all, to arrive from Rome to Toronto
I love
for
it.
this.
Are you based in Rome?
Are you staying?
I'm based in Rome, yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
And part of the year I'm in Los Angeles, but Rome is my hometown.
I hope to see you more and more in Toronto.
Me too.
And so to present this movie at the festival in the
I
summer.
hope so. This festival brings good luck, so.
Thank you. Thank
Let's
you
give
so
a round
much.
of applause to Manuela.
Grazie.
Thank you, Manuela. Okay, up next we have Francesca Mano from Summerside Media. Ciao, Francesca. You're joining us on Zoom. Francesca.
Francesca Moino on Zoom with us.
Mano, Francesco Mano.
Moino, Francesca Moino.
Hi, hello. I'm Francesca Moino, but Francesca Mano is another person.
Oh, okay.
Like we have the same first name. She should be here, and I know that she comes before me.
Francesca, so Moino, because
Moino.
Okay, we completely messed up the last names. Ciao Francesca, welcome to Toronto.
Okay, hi. So it's my turn, or
You are live right now. Yes.
Okay, because I expected Francesca Manno to pitch before me. Anyway, okay, let's do that now. Okay, hello to everyone. My name is Francesca Moino again, and I'm a producer specialized in international co-productions. I'm here representing K Plus Film.
I salti che fai?
No, go. I think there's Cristiano's having an off-stage conversation, but go ahead. We're going to flip this. I think we're going to flip this around. Our play sheets were different.
Can I continue talking?
Please, please.
Yes. Okay. K Plus Film is an independent film production company I collaborate with, and it's a member of the European Producers Club. And The company is based in the north of Italy, Verona, and it operates in cinema, TV, and advertising since 2007. K Plus Film is also a service company, one of the leading ones in Italy, and it offers support to major foreign productions, such as recently The House of Gucci. The company has already produced a number of award-winning feature films and documentaries. Let me mention our late production titled Acqua e Anice. International title is Olympia's Way, a debut feature by Corrado Ceron that premiered in the Venice Days 2022, so 2 months ago. And the film stars Stefania Sandrelli, one of the most important Italian actress. And the film has recently won 2 very important awards. The Young Award of the award of the Young Jury at the Italian Film Festival di Rupt, and the Best Film Award at the Italian Cinema of Madrid. So I can't see. So I mean,
we can run the clip.
Yes, the clip. Not the trailer of Acqua e Anice, yes.
All right.
Signora Olimpia, devo chiedere di rimettere il costume.
Dilli che se vogliono vedermi con il costume intero, devono venire a chiedermelo. I giorni più felici li ho regalati a te. Mi devi accompagnare a trovare un'amica che abita a Zurigo.
È un lavoro da autista.
Un'altra notte qui con me.
Ma perché io?
Pensavo che tu fossi di poche parole. Sbagliavo.
L'estate vola via. Jimmy!
Olivia! E questa chi è? È tua figlia?
No, io guido solo il furgone.
Ma io non posso uscire con chi porta il pannolone. L'unica cosa è magari non muoverti troppo, perché si può sentire il rumore.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Talking about documentaries, because we also produce documentaries and docuseries, I would like to mention our latest production, which is Gilles Villeneuve, The Aviator, a documentary co-produced with Rai Documentari that tells the story of Gilles Villeneuve, one of Ferrari's most iconic drivers. As you know, Gilles Villeneuve was Canadian. So this documentary was aired a few months ago on Rai 2, the Italian major public broadcaster. And the documentary is represented internationally by Taskovsky Film from the UK. And the Canadian territory is still available. So if any one of you are interested in this documentary, I can put you in contact with our sales agent.
Francesca, we have a clip. We have a clip.
Yes, I know. I was launching the clip.
Okay.
Go ahead, Francesca. Want to finish?
Yeah, no, the clip.
All right, the clip, please.
Yes. No audio?
Nessuno intuì la scelta di Ferrari. Ferrari aveva fatto una scommessa con se stesso e col diavolo. Adesso prendo uno totalmente sconosciuto e provo a vedere se riesco a farlo diventare qualcuno. Poi Ferrari scoprì che nel DNA di Villeneuve c'erano le cifre del DNA di Nuvolari.
Quindi taglio questo. Ok, grazie Francesca, thank you so much for this speech and good luck. Hope to see you soon in Toronto. And,
Yeah, grazie Francesca.
Prego.
Abbiamo fatto il
Grazie.
sbaglio noi, allora ci
No,
scusi,
no,
grazie.
Scusate, I was not. Again, I was thinking it was not my turn. So actually, hi, ciao Francesca.
we have the other Francesca Manno online.
Right. So the other Francesca up next, Francesca Mano from Summerside Media. Ciao Francesca.
Ciao, hi.
Buonasera.
Hi everyone. Buongiorno everyone to the people in Toronto and buonasera to my colleagues in Italy. I'm sorry, but I had to leave the meeting because the connection was very bad, so I made a new access. So I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you well. Tutto bene.
Tutto bene, allora. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very happy to join ICFF industry meetings because I believe that these kind of events, smaller than the markets and the usual events we are attending, are even better for the film operators. So I really appreciate the fact that we can meet and talk with a very selected delegation of operators, both either from Italy and Canada. So we have scheduled meetings with Canadian colleagues, and I'm very happy for this. I don't have a pitch for my presentation, but I really would love to introduce a little bit Summerside Media. We are mainly a word sales company and a film promotion company. We also handle the distribution of world cinema feature films and documentaries in Italy sometimes. And in very specific, in very selected projects, we also do small co-productions. We have a slate of romances, dramas, also family, a huge family slate that we promote worldwide. And I'm here to scout new projects from Canada, hopefully. I've been working on a Canadian film in the past years, and I've been very satisfied from the exploitation we made worldwide. It was a movie from Quebec with Anna Mouglalis, I remember. It's a thriller, actually, it was a thriller, and it did very well. Personally, I'm also a fan of Canada because of your beautiful locations and such talented filmmakers. So I know that also one of our recent titles, one Italian film, screened and premiered at ICFF in...
yes, it was Claudia Gerini Tapirulan.
Yes.
Wasn't it beautiful movie, and the audience was very, very happy to watch it. I have to say, Claudia did an amazing job, and hopefully it's going to come next summer with you, with a new project.
Yeah, she's really great. So I'm happy to have this special connection with the ICFF also. So here I am, and I'm available for meetings, and yeah.
Grazie.
Well, thank you, Francesca. For those that are interested in meeting Francesca or other delegates, B2B at icff.ca to book your one-on-one meetings. So, mille grazie, Francesca. Buonasera. Salve. All right, now we're going to have someone here in the studio. It's Peter Donato from Sir Harry Films with his pitch. He's right here at Pinewood. Ciao, Peter. Where are you? Let's have a round of applause for Peter.
Ciao, Peter. Benvenuto. Welcome. Prego.
Ciao.
So,
your time.
All the way from Toronto.
All the way from Trinity Bellwoods Park. We could walk here.
Okay.
Great to be here. My name is Peter Donato, and I'm here with my lovely wife and co-producer on this project based on a true story of my family. If there are some young people watching, I think there's a few hundred people online, some young people, my advice as a non-film person is the fast track into this industry is to marry somebody in the industry. That's what I do. So that's anybody looking to take notes. I spent many years, once I first learned, before my uncle died, of this amazing story that he went through. Many years sort of not getting too far, met a great woman, my wife now, and we were able to accelerate the project, and we're excited to share with you a little pitch video right now and then a few more notes.
Grazie.
Great, let's roll the pitch video.
Hi, I'm Peter Donato, co-producer of Benny, the real-life story of my uncle who told me something unbelievable before he died. Benny was a proud Italian Canadian. In fact, I'm standing in front of his house, where I have many fond memories of loud Italian get-togethers. It's here where Benny told me his story. At the age of 16, against his will, Benny was sent to a seminary in the north of Italy, the first time he had ever left his tiny village of Hardella. Then the war broke out.
Of course, there is more. But,
Okay, that's fine.
Tell us more.
Basically, there is more to the video, but we can get you that information. Essentially, what was really fascinating for me was spending my entire life in a typical Italian family, many dinners, many get-togethers, and I actually worked for my father in his factory with my uncle, and he didn't tell anybody about his story. People knew, my father, my uncle, his wife, his daughters, they knew that he went on this amazing bike ride to get home, but for some reason he didn't want to tell that story, and I was lucky to be at the right place at the right time to uncover this sort of secret. And just like Mira was talking about earlier, what was amazing for me in the journey was learning so much about my own family, the history of Italy, the Italian campaign in the war, which a lot of people don't really understand what really happened in Italy. France and Britain, all these other battles get all that attention. So even still today, we're uncovering photographs and memories of the experience of going through this, which is, I think, the best part. So essentially, my uncle did this amazing thing against all the odds, and my wife and I have been excited to bring our project further along. We've enjoyed now 2 rounds of telefilm early stage funding. We have a great writer, we have a finance team who have put together a really good budget, and so we're just here to network. We're excited to be invited and find that right director, a couple of key actors and actresses, and then bring the project to life, hopefully in about a year from now.
Okay. So good luck. As a festival, almost every year we program a movie in a series called Operation Remembrance, a movie or a documentary that will tell the story about the contribution of Canada for the liberation of Italy during the Second World War, and so I think that this is part of the mission of the festival. So good luck for everything that you're doing so we can present it to the festival.
See you guys again soon.
Thank you, Peter. Let's have a round of applause for Peter. Okay, we've arrived at the last pitch of the day. It's with Marie Barbancourt and Vronsky Belizaire. They're producers at ZMA Odd Flicks, and they've worked on several Italian Canadian co-productions. Please welcome our last pitch of the day.
Hello. Hello.
Hi. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you very much. And hello, everyone. And I'm French people, so I'm writing what I want to say. ZMA Outfix is a company based in Montreal for over 12 years. Last to co-production and took a part with Italia in La Danzanera with Franco Nero by Mauro John Capice, and Il Teorema della Felicità won more than 45 awards combined. And our next project, because we have a lot of projects with Italia, it's going to be with Italian producer Roberto Cipulo from Camaleo Film. The name of the film is Runner, directed by Nicola Barnaba with Desiree Popper and Francesco Montanari. It's an adrenaline-pumping and claustrophobic film, and the shooting will be at March 23 in Sicilia. And we have a lot of projects with Italia, and my second project with Claudio Bucci, gonna be Eater, the story of Alessandro, screenwriter, caught between two worlds, where he will meet different celestial characters and writers. I'll talk to you about the project we have with Italia, because it's very important. Italia is very important for us, because we like to work in Italia. And I let Vronsky to present you the production. The film's going to be in theater coming soon, and Il Teorema della Felicità.
Yes, Il Teorema della Felicità. It's a story, we shot this during the COVID period, and it takes place during COVID. It's the story of a young boy who's mourning the loss of his grandfather during the same period. And they have these encounters, these magical encounters, imaginary encounters, through which he develops this theory of happiness that he wants to use to save the elderly in his neighborhood. And that's the story that we tell in this film, the Theorem of Happiness.
We have a teaser?
We have a teaser that we prepared.
Would you like to roll the clip now?
If it's...
This is a co-production with Dorado. And
yeah.
we have here the executive producer too here. This is Michael Mosca on this film.
The executive producer on that.
Great. So
Cominciare a fare un po' di economia in più.
Oh, there it is.
Di che idea stiamo facendo?
E che vuol dire? Significa che dobbiamo fare ancora più economia.
Je ne vais pas quitter l'Italie.
Non essere triste, mamma. No, Giuseppe mi ha insegnato tutto sulla paura. Mi ha detto che...
La paura è la causa dei nostri pensieri negativi. Non abbassare lo sguardo davanti alla paura. Affrontala.
Il problema principale per gli anziani è che già hanno paura di morire.
E tu credi a queste cose? Com'è che chiama televisione?
Fake news.
Fake news.
449 euro di multa, ma ti rendi conto? E meno male che c'eri pure tu quando ho spiegato che non posso più aprire il ristorante.
Je t'écris si tu veux.
Se ci vediamo.
Congratulations.
This film is French and Italian with a subtitle in English.
Yes, this is coming out on February 3rd in theaters, I believe.
In theater, yes, the premiere is going to be on February 1st in presence of all the actors, Andrea Tidona and all the actors.
Yeah, so
and Luca Fortino, the director. Yeah,
so we're bringing the cast for the premiere on February 1st. So hopefully some of you will be there, I guess. But it will be in Montreal. Come and visit us.
Okay, for sure. You
In
did
February.
it for Toronto, we had to do it for Montreal. So we will be there for you.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
And you have another project.
Yes. I also wanted to talk about Iroki, which is, this is an original Italian hero story that we developed with Luca, which is the director of this film, Il Teorema della Felicità. And it tells the story of Amanda, which is a cartoonist. She is at the pinnacle of her success, and she develops these hallucinations.
You lose everything.
That she don't worry, I'll get it. She develops these hallucinations, and she uncovers that they are related to this hero that she created, which is Iroki. And through the process of the story, we uncover what that means to her and what that is, what that means. It's kind of a revenge story, but I don't want to give it all as well. We do have a teaser clip for that. It's not yet something that is produced. It's in development, but we created a teaser so people can understand what the idea behind the project. Hopefully, it's in queue.
Shall we roll it now?
And I could look good.
I don't know.
Thank you.
This is the atmosphere of the film going to be.
Good luck for everyone.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much. And,
this one is open for
You're looking for
partnerships.
partners?
So yes, exactly.
Yes.
So if you are looking to get involved,
because we want to
here we
connect
are.
with the people for financing, for co-production. We open for the new co-production too. And I'm available. If you want to talk to me, I'm there because Italia is the co-production with Italia is very important for me. And I think the future of the cinema, independent cinema, it will be on the co-production and co-venture. That's I think.
We share the same idea, the same mission.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to be here.
Thank you very much.
We will be in Montreal, promise.
Yes, yes, for the premiere, you will be in Montreal. All of you. Thank you very much.
So that brings us to the end of our first day of the conference here at Pinewood Studios. You've been very patient. You've also had very strong bladders, as I can tell. I'm glad I didn't go for that third cup of coffee. So, but it's been a great afternoon, full of lots of opportunities, all different kinds of productions, all different kinds of collaborations. And again, be sure to stick around, network with your colleagues, meet some new people that you shook hands with earlier on, and over to you, Christian.
Hey, Rudy, thank you so much to be with us, be the moderator. It was a very complex to organize something like this. As you can see, it's a TV show and a conference together. And again, I couldn't make it without you and all the moderators that were on this stage, the panelists, you audience that came. I have to tell you that at 2 we have the B2B, so you can ask for a meeting. And most important, tomorrow we have an incredible rich program with CERT, Digital Human and visual productions and immersive animation. With us tomorrow is going to be Miles Dale, Oscar winner, producer for The Shape of Water, and now creative lead behind the Disney immersive exhibition. Miles Dale has a mother that is Italian. You understand why the connection. And it's going to be an honor for us to have, of course, Disney with us tomorrow. At the point at 3 p.m., if you like, also Pinewood Studios is going to offer a short tour of this incredible facility. The one that wants to participate, please come to me and I will sign for this incredible tour. Have a nice lunch. Thank you so much for all the technical team.
Let's have a round of applause for the technical team.
Antonio, of course, Mara, Donatella, and everybody, Natalie, and of course the board of directors of ICFF. Thank you so much.
Buona giornata.